of Jamaica, Your Worship, the Mayor of Montego Bay, Councillor Richard Vernon, Mr. Vivian Scully, Chief Executive Officer of the Agro-Investment Corporation, and may I also extend to all the other members of his team, representatives of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, sponsors, partners, investors, and I also now specially acknowledge the JSIF team and the Ready-to beneficiaries who are here, and also representatives from the various media houses. Again, I say good morning to you all. This is a special day, but first I must express apology for my managing director, Mr. Omar Sweeney, who is unavoidably absent. And therefore, it is my pleasure to offer greetings from the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and confirm the JSIF support for agriculture through the second Ready to initiative, which is a Rural Economic Development Initiative, which is focusing on developing some of our critical farming opportunities. This forum is ideal for us to let capital and the other areas of agriculture come together to achieve our growth potential. The Jamaica Agricultural Investment Forum speaks of sustainable agribusiness, global reach, local impact. It captures our task, which connects investors and innovation so Jamaica can produce and effectively be in the winning circle in both local and the export markets. This forum mission to combine farmers, processors, investors, and policymakers so that together we can unlock value across the various chains. So it is not just a conference, but rather it is a catalyst for change. Under the Ready-to initiative, the Government of Jamaica, the World Bank, and JSIF program clear objectives to enhance access to market and embed climate resilience approaches for targeted beneficiaries. We have programmed $26.8 million in agriculture, financing infrastructure from agro-processing, cold storage facilities, drying, post-harvesting facilities, investing in various inputs, equipments to include drip irrigation, PV and solar systems, fertigations to mitigate and alleviate impact of climate change and capacity building for agricultural development. And indeed, we also ensure that we have adequate training facilities for our beneficiaries. There are 30 entrepreneurs who have so far benefited from this business development training. Market access and sensitization sessions to ensure sustainability for these businesses. Training complementary to public infrastructure initiatives, technical assistance, investment that range from hatcheries, force mains, to national strategies for coffee and also yam producers. Our target of 10,000 beneficiaries who have become more competitive in local and export markets. Today, we have several beneficiaries here with us, and While they will not be separately identified, I ask you to give them a round of applause in regards to their contribution to improving this. Through the Ready To program, JSIF has been investing in several rural communities, supporting farmers, fisher folks, women, and young entrepreneurs for the tools and resources that they need to succeed. Our goal is to strengthen their rural communities at the grassroots level. So far, over 9,000 direct beneficiaries have resided in rural communities across Jamaica are included. And we have, our data suggests that 39% of the beneficiaries are women, 11% are young persons, and we have 1% among the disabled classification. So we are trying to reach all the different components. Thanks to Ready To, our rural farmers are producing more and reaching new markets. Livestock and crop yields have improved, with farmers are now selling their produce locally, regionally, and even for exports. Cooperative support and strong market linkages have enabled more farmers to participate in contract and retail markets, creating sustainable income opportunities and driving growth across several rural communities. The Agro-Business Forum 2025 provides a platform to highlight their achievements and demonstrate how targeted investments can transform lives and connect these projects with potential partners and investors, helping to scale their impact and contribute to Jamaica's economic growth. Why does this matter? It matters because targeted investment is already lifting output quality and competence so that producers can meet local and export standards while building climate resilience. The Jamaica Agro-Investment Forum exists to stimulate production and export, showcase innovation, promote climate-smart methods, foster inclusion from the youths, women, and marginalized groups, link investors to producers, and strengthen the Jamaica as a regional hub for agro-investment. Let us ask ourselves, what deal can we close this week so that we can strengthen the rural communities for the several months ahead of us? That is the mindset of this forum, and the JSIF is here to help to align projects and capital. The partnership with Agro-Invest Corporation advances Jamaica's National Development Plan, Vision 2030, which aims to transform Jamaica's agricultural sector into a dynamic, high-value, global competitive industry, powered by research, technology, and private sector leadership. The path is practical, with modern systems, stronger marketing and linkages, expanded training, better infrastructure, and expansion to local security and environment stewardship. In short, what we seek to achieve is production up, vulnerability down, and our communities leading and gaining from strength to strength. I hereby call on all producers and processors, be investment ready, bring audited numbers, quality specs, growth plans, and if you can provide all of that, I'm sure that we will lead to higher markets, and capital will be there with you. Investors and financiers, I urge you to lead into Jamaica's opportunity from land access and high-value crop to aquaculture, poultry, and value-added manufacturing. Partners and policymakers to keep clearing bottlenecks, perfect standards, and logistics so transaction can be closed in a much shorter time and at higher speeds, because Jamaica, we are ready for the investment. Let us end where we began. The Investment Forum 2025 is a catalyst. With Ready2, the government of Jamaica, supported by the World Bank and JSIF, are committing capital, capacity, and coordination so that this forum, the connection becomes contracts. Contracts can become jobs, exports, and it will also strengthen our rural income. The new face of food is not just a slogan, it is a work plan. Let us execute it together so that global reach delivers local impact, and impact for our farmers, our fisher folks, our families, and ultimately for Jamaica. Thank you.
And we thank our partner at the Jamaica Social Investment Fund for ensuring that they stand with the Agro-Business Investment Forum in this way. We thank Mr. Orville Hill for his remarks and for the investment that they have made in the infrastructure and technology, and also the training of our people as we press forward for sustainable agribusiness, for global reach, and I want to hear for global reach, and there we go, there we go, there we go. I'm very happy to know that I still have you with me here in the room. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ourselves ready, as we were charged by Mr. Hill for our investments, we have with us a partner who has invested in a big way in this conference. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give her the biggest round of applause. Please, let's make welcome Mrs. Clara Sweet, agricultural specialist at the World Bank.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, government officials, private sector leaders, development partners, and colleagues. It is an honor today to welcome you to the Jamaica Agri-Business Investment Forum 2025, and also my personal pleasure to deliver these remarks on behalf of Lilia Barunchuk, the World Bank's Director for the Caribbean, who unfortunately was not able to make it today. We gather today at what I think we can all agree is a pivotal moment for Jamaica's economy and its agribusiness sector, and one that really calls for deepened engagement, strategic partnerships, and also innovation. Agriculture and agribusiness really are at the heart of Jamaica's development story. They provide livelihoods for a significant share of the population, especially in rural areas, and are indeed vital for food security, export earnings, and job creation. Yet, as recent events have shown, the sector faces formidable challenges. The impact of Hurricane Beryl, for example, last year, which caused over 67 million in damages, really highlighted our vulnerability to climate shocks and the urgent need for resilience. Despite these setbacks, Jamaica's macroeconomic management has remained robust. The country has achieved record low public debt levels and maintained fiscal stability, even in the face of slower growth and high informal employment. The government's commitment to prudent policies and disaster preparedness has laid a foundation for recovery and sustainable development. I would obviously like to take a moment to highlight the second Rural Economic Development Initiative, Ready2, as one of the forum's key partners. Ready 2, a Government of Jamaica project implemented by JSIF, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, with financing from us at the World Bank, is making significant strides in enhancing market access and climate resilience for rural enterprises. Through its support for climate-resilient agricultural practices and community tourism initiatives, Ready 2 has helped to launch dozens of sub-projects. The project has also been instrumental in increasing access to markets and climate-resistant technologies, with a special focus on supporting women and youth, and launching targeted recovery efforts for those affected by Hurricane Beryl. Over 6,500 participants from rural enterprises have taken part in capacity development activities on climate-resilient approaches and market access, and 11% of the project-supported enterprises have already been able to mobilize additional financing from the private and public sector. Importantly, over 600 jobs have been created by project-supported public infrastructure projects. We have analytical assessments and studies for the agriculture and tourism sectors that have been completed, and many participants from the public sector, NGOs, and other relevant partner entities have been trained by the project, of which 63% have been female and 17% youth. The project's approach, which really combines technical assistance, capacity building, and investment in rural enterprises, really demonstrates the power of multi-sector collaboration to drive inclusive growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Jamaica's agribusiness sector is rich with potential. Climate and land resources allow for a wide range of high-value crops. There is significant untapped land available for expansion, but we know that productivity remains low, smallholder farmers face persistent barriers, limited access to finance, technology and markets, weak compliance with food safety standards, and high vulnerability to weather and disease. To unlock this potential, we must address these constraints head-on. So the World Bank Group is committed to support Jamaica's efforts to improve market access for rural enterprises and smallholders, build resilience across the value chain, strengthen linkages between agriculture and tourism, promote innovation and digitalization in agribusiness, and expand opportunities for women and youth in the sector. Earlier this year, the World Bank was happy to approve a new $192 million operation for Jamaica, the Sustainable and Resilient Recovery Development Policy Financing Instrument, to really support reforms that improve business environment, streamline trade facilitation, and strengthen disaster risk management, really designed to catalyze private sector investment, create jobs, and build resilience against future shocks, really highlighting the strength of our continued partnership. We're also doubling our global commitment to agri-finance and agribusiness, aiming for $9 billion annually by 2030. This strategic pivot will really help to mobilize private capital, support climate-smart agriculture, and foster innovation, making agribusiness more competitive and more attractive for investors and entrepreneurs. But as we know, building resilience is really not just about infrastructure, it's about people. And so we really must ensure the investments that we make reach the most vulnerable, so the rural communities, women, and youth, by supporting climate-resilient practices, digital solutions, and skills development. We really believe that we can create new and better jobs, improve food security, and drive inclusive growth. So we have an opportunity to really seize the moment, I think, with this forum and chart a new course for Jamaica's agribusiness sector. So I invite all of us to really focus on investing in climate-smart technologies and resilient infrastructure, fostering innovation and digitalization across the value chain, expanding access to finance and markets for smallholders and MSMEs, promoting gender equality and youth empowerment, and building strong public-private partnerships for sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that collective action will lead Jamaica to transform its agribusiness sector into a driver of prosperity, resilience, and opportunity. And the World Bank Group stands ready to support everyone on that journey with knowledge, financing, and partnership. So I thank you all, and I wish us all a productive and inspiring forum.
Thanks to Mrs. Kilara Soot, agricultural specialist at the World Bank, and we say thanks to the World Bank for the support of our country. Jamaica remains robust with the support of the World Bank, and we could not do this initiative and this event without them. And so we say a big thanks once more. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue at this time, we invite to the stage the CEO of Agro-Investment Corporation, Jamaica's premier agency for agricultural investment facilitation. He is a seasoned strategist with over 20 years' experience in both public and private sectors, and he leads a charge in transforming Jamaica's agriculture into a global investment destination. Mr. Vivian Scully is known for converting policy into action, land into opportunity, and ideas into enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's welcome to the stage our CEO, Mr. Vivian Scully.
Good morning. Let me acknowledge first our honored guests, officials, and everyone who has joined us today. All protocols observed. And of course, our Mayor, His Worship, Mr. Richard Vernon. Thank you for that inspiring charge. It sets the tone for what we're about to speak about. All right, let me get queued up here. Jamaica's agriculture is standing at a crossroads between untapped potential and global demand. Agro-Invest, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, is focused on building partnerships that push agriculture and will push agriculture into leading the growth engine for Jamaica. Today we want to share specific opportunities across infrastructure, across production and processing. All these are ready for investment. These projects are not just profitable, but they're aligned with our national goals for food security, climate resilience, and of course, export expansion. What we're offering: land, facilities, and of course, partnerships. All these backed by policy support to make Jamaica the next agricultural investment destination. No industry thrives without strong infrastructure. And in agriculture, what does that mean? It means cold storage, warehousing, roads, irrigation, and reliable sources of power. Our parks and facilities already have some of these in terms of utilities and irrigation in place. Now we're expanding the capacity. This is the chance for investors to co-own and operate strategic assets in partnership with government. Think of it as investing in the backbone of Jamaica's agriculture value chain. Let's talk a bit about cold storage locations. In securing freshness and expanding exports and widening our distribution of our production, we have started with the Essex Valley Cold Storage, which is a new facility. These facilities are critical to preserving quality, reducing post-harvest losses, which we know exceeds 30%, and meeting our export standards. Each of these locations chosen to support surrounding farming communities and, of course, export hubs. What we're seeking today and going forward are private partners to finance, manage, and scale these assets. Investors will benefit from long-term leases, revenue sharing, and the growing demand for reliable cold storage. We're about to open the Essex Valley Cold Storage location. It's in St. Elizabeth. It's 25,000 square feet of agro-processing and cold storage together. We have nearby in Manchester, the Duff House facility, which is approximately 4,000 square feet of agro-processing and cold storage. In Kirkvine, Manchester, we're coming closer to the capital. We have the Kirkvine warehouse and cold storage. And in nearby, also in Manchester, we have commenced, with the support of JSIF, the Coleyville Agro-Park cold storage. Supporting trade and exports. What we're looking to develop are national logistics centers, because warehousing and logistics are some of the biggest gaps in moving fresh produce from farm to market. Local and international is where we're headed. Investors now have an opportunity to establish hubs that serve agro-parks, agro-processors, and exporters. With Jamaica's location as the Caribbean logistics capital, we know we have one of the deepest harbors within the world. These facilities will link directly into global supply chains. Mechanizing the agriculture sector is our next frontier. Equipment hubs operated by investors who can rent, lease tractors, irrigation systems, and greenhouse solutions to farmers. This is a business model proven already in Asia and Africa, and Jamaica is ready for it. The farmer benefits from access, the investor benefits from a steady service income, and the sector gains efficiency. Sounds reasonable, right? Production clusters are where demand meets competitive advantages. We're launching a Scotch bonnet cluster in the Amity area, over 100 acres broken up in 10 to 20 acres to each investor. We have a mango park already launched, and we're seeking to fill that out, close to 1,000 acres of production dedicated to mangoes with intercropping. We have an agro-park portfolio exceeding 10,000 acres of land across Jamaica, and the minister has given us a charge to place an agro-park in every parish, and we're working aggressively to get that done over the next 3 to 5 years. Our agro-parks provide land, irrigation, and infrastructure for investors who want scalable production. The model encourages a joint venture operation, it facilitates youth participation, and it even opens the door for diaspora-led investments. Processing, as you know, is where the real value is captured. Take, for example, fresh mangoes at $1 US per pound, but dried mango snacks can sell for up to $20 per kilogram. Look at the scaling in that investment. Spices and sauces are Jamaica's culinary DNA. With all our jerk sauces and the expansion that's going on, Agro-Invest is opening the door for facilities to produce juices, purees, dried snacks, sauces, and spice products. So our investors, we're inviting you to plug into this domestic and export supply chain, which will deliver scalable results. And just to mention, following these morning's presentations, there will be breakouts rooms for more in-depth information on agro-parks, on processing, on more to come. So, why Jamaica? Jamaica isn't just producing food, we're producing brands. cultural exports, and stories that resonate globally. We've brought in an international chef who's doing very well in the diaspora markets, and you will meet him, Chef Wenford Simpson, during the lunch break as he cooks up a storm to demonstrate the impact of Jamaican products on the global market. With direct air and sea links to major markets, and with government commitment to private sector partnerships, the risk will be minimized and the opportunities are maximized. We know that investors need options, and that's why our partnerships range from equity participation to leasing and joint ventures. Agro-Invest contributes land and the infrastructure where possible, while investors will bring capital, technology, and together we build facilities that will scale production and, of course, share in the profits. So, this is more than just a pitch, it's an invitation. Jamaica is open for business in agriculture. Whether you're looking for infrastructure, production, we have opportunities that are ready to move. So I invite you to join us in building the future of agriculture in Jamaica by feeding the nation, powering our exports, and of course, delivering strong returns. We spoke a lot about this in the lead up to this event, and at this time, I would like to mention that we're launching at the conference. Some of us will have already received it in your bags, but what we call the deal book. This is where I get a round up. What is the deal book? For those who haven't had it, you can scan the code that's there and get a digital copy. The deal book outlines the top markets for Jamaican agricultural products, but mostly it identifies the key opportunities for investors to get involved in. And during the breakouts, please make sure you attend, select the topic of your choice, and go more in depth on these topics. But let me just quickly highlight. The Southern Plains Agricultural Development is an opportunity around 2,000 acres of land which is being distributed to investors to support cash crop production across the southern coast. All right, fully irrigated lands. It speaks about our Scotch bonnet cluster, which I mentioned earlier, which is being launched at Amity Hall. It speaks about the machinery hub, where investors can lease and support agricultural production to allow access to the farmers. It speaks about hay production, support for the livestock sector, very profitable opportunity. It speaks about aquaculture, and our National Fisheries Authority is here to expand on that. Lots of investment going into tilapia production as we move to substitute imports of fish products into the country and expand locally. Our Essex Valley Cold Storage Facility, which is now ready for lease, for agro-processing and for cold storage, speaks to that. It speaks to the New Forest Duff House. It speaks to our dairy investment, and the head of the dairy board is here to expand on that throughout the sessions. It speaks to broiler chicken farmhouses for persons who want to get involved to supply Jamaica broilers and, of course, CB as well. And it speaks to a major industrial park that is being developed in St. Anne, being pushed by the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, and it features a 600-acre agro-park situated alongside an industrial commercial zone. More of it in the deal book. So, that's such a snippet. Please scan to get your copy, and some of you will have already received actual copies. We're ready to facilitate discussions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again, please, for our CEO of Agro Investment Corporation, Mr. Vivian Scully, and for all the amazing announcements. Can you imagine an agro-park in every parish? Jamaicans in the room, how do we feel about that? Absolutely amazing. And to hear about the developments of our parks and the produce, mangoes, Scotch bonnet pepper. We know nothing packs the heat quite like the Jamaican Scotch bonnet pepper, right? Absolutely. And we're very excited to hear that Jamaica is indeed open for business. And so this is the opportunity to take advantage of where we are right now as a country and as a sector, because we are ripe for investing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed, we're going to be hearing at this time from our keynote speaker. Mr. David Lowe is the Managing Director of the Development Bank of Jamaica, DBJ, where he leads the institution's mandate to drive sustainable economic growth through development financing, entrepreneurship support, and strategic financial initiatives. At this time, we put our hands together and welcome Mr. David Lowe with a keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to just extend a special welcome to our distinguished guest here from local and international partnerships. We do appreciate all the effort that you've committed to this important initiative. Also, to all of the stakeholders that are here today, and more importantly, the new believers in this important sector that is the cornerstone of Jamaica's future. Welcome and thank you for being here. It is also my distinct pleasure to be here. In the absence of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, I'm here to deliver the keynote speech. And what I will be doing is trying to encompass and support some of the comments that have been made before and to share what the vision of this important pivot means to us. But it's also a unique position that I hold this morning. I'm not only the Managing Director of the Development Bank of Jamaica, I'm also a farmer. And I guess you can tell by my casual Thursday attire that I'm telling the truth. But beyond that, the Jamaica Agri-Business Investment Forum is not only timely, it coincides with a very important crossroads that we face. One that speaks to moving Jamaica from its traditional way of being part of this sector, employing people, and trying to create livelihoods, into a more deliberate step in a futuristic modus operandi, and to position agriculture as the cornerstone of our economic strategy. When we gather to speak about agriculture, we are not merely speaking about farming in the traditional sense, not at all. We're speaking about national resilience, food security, and more importantly, economic diversification. The ability as a people to meet these global challenges with local solutions are an imperative that we're seizing as we speak. Agriculture has always been a part of Jamaica's identity. It has shaped our history, influenced our culture, and it continues to hold the potential for our future. Today I will frame my remarks around three simple questions. Why agriculture? Why Jamaica? And more importantly, why now? So let's begin with the first question. The last 10 years has seen a number of significant things happening in a global context of agriculture. Most recent being COVID pandemic. And since then, climate impacts, not just in Jamaica, but around the world, have disrupted a lot of supply chains. This won't change, but what must change is that our ability to understand the importance of planning and positioning ourselves that we no longer become captive to certain things that put us at risk. As we move forward, our transition from traditional agriculture to more technology-enabled agriculture, supported by modern, data-driven, and even AI in some cases, being part of the platform for making this a resilient sector. Specifically, precision agriculture, greenhouse production, hydroponics, and the integration of renewable energy will all be critical pillars of this new model. These are not distant aspirations. No, they're not. They're practical things that are happening as we speak. And we continue to salute those that are leaning into the future in this way. And many of these interventions towards a technology-enabled environment are also proudly supported by the Development Bank of Jamaica. Another frontier is carbon farming, where sustainable practices such as reforestation, soil regeneration, climate-smart cultivation, they not only improve yields and resilience, but they also create new revenue streams that we must address and adopt. Jamaica is well positioned to become a regional leader in this emerging space, where agriculture serves both economic and environmental impact. So the investment case is further strengthened by the linkages agriculture creates. We would have heard it earlier. Agriculture is not just a standalone enterprise. As it grows and pivots into a more modern sector that will attract investment and attention, it creates other adjacent industries: logistics, packaging, the ability to meet greater move supply into value-added processing, and so on in terms of advanced manufacturing to meet new opportunities. So every investment in agriculture multiplies across other sectors, and that's the key to creating jobs and seeing how we can create more economic activity through entrepreneurship. So why Jamaica? Why Jamaica as an investment destination? Well, let's start with Jamaica's recent story of renewal. The last decade has seen Jamaica evolve in a way that has met almost business case type stories about what it takes when a country can commit around change and the principles of fiscal management. We have seen our debt to GDP, as we all know in this room, move from approximately 155% of GDP to 62.5% of GDP, continuing a downward trajectory that allows the country to create fiscal space to continue to enhance sectors such as agriculture and infrastructure. Business confidence, yes, a round of applause to all of us. This is supporting the business confidence that we're seeing. The fact that so many people are here as investors or existing legacy players willing to put real capital in the ground and outside of the ground shows that we must continue in this post-independence trajectory. Seize our future, seize these opportunities, and continue to build on what we have achieved to date. The other important factor about Jamaica is the fact that as investors continue to look at this jurisdiction and see the potential of agriculture in Jamaica, they see an opportunity to have an economic program supported by a free and floating exchange rate. We take that for granted. That's not a usual thing that you find in emerging economies such as ours. And we must also recognize that with all of these considerations, it should give further confidence to the commitment of good fiscal management and economic principles. But by anchoring the stability, it's also allowing us to adjust to the global realities. And therefore, we should be even better able to lean into the future through all of these actual platforms that have been created. But let's not lose sight of why we're here, where agriculture is concerned. All of this renewal is also taking place with what we heard earlier, with the great work that AIC has been doing, establishing agro-parks in every parish, setting up infrastructure to facilitate post-harvest cultivation, helping to create logistic frameworks that allow routes to support not just the primary into the secondary and the secondary and beyond. These are all part of a renewal. And again, this is something that is only supported further by another important consideration. That consideration is the legislative framework that Jamaica enjoys. And I'll give you a couple examples. First, we have the productive inputs regime, legislation, which allows people who are investing in this sector to get the benefits of certain duty-free items, GCT-free items, and to make the accessibility of tools of scaling possible. The second is the omnibus framework, and that, of course, allows larger scale investments to take place under consideration of a unified but simplified approach to how incentives are given to allow you to not just invest in the country, but to find opportunities to export. And third, the free zone legislation. All the special economic zones that are being developed, which I'll speak about momentarily, are all part of this further expansion of capacity to allow agriculture to fulfill its potential. Beyond policy, Jamaica and its location places us at the heart of global trade. On any given day in the Caribbean Sea, any given day, more than 16,000 vessels are crisscrossing the Caribbean. Whether they're coming through the Panama Canal, moving from west to east, or east to west, that's the traffic in and around our neighborhood. Further to that, we have 12 established major shipping companies here in Jamaica. Again, not to be taken for granted. That's a material infrastructure plug that allows scaling and exports to become even more impactful as we grow. In addition to that, we have 100 weekly port connections to connect to Europe, North America, and beyond. Few countries enjoy that type of framework. And Jamaica, with its expansion, the Port of Kingston, the Caymanas Special Economic Zone, all of these in terms of building infrastructure to facilitate not just primary agriculture, but growing the manufacturing capabilities of what we're going to produce and continue to produce. So we must capitalize on these advantages. And we must also understand or let our investors know that when you're choosing a platform, it's not just, or a jurisdiction, it's not just about domestic demand. It's about your ability to scale and to go outside to increase your growth trajectory. Jamaica's competitive advantage is not limited only to geography, as important as I've just shared with you. It's also our trade relationships. We have fantastic negotiated trade agreements with Europe, as in the EU, North America through our Caribbean Basin Initiative, and CARICOM, and other standalones. We must exploit those. We must be reminded that we have a competitive nearshore play as much as anybody else, but we have these trade relationships that gives us opportunities to enter these markets. Once we're competitive, we have the quality, and we're meeting all the standards that we are accustomed to as high-performing people. For agribusiness ventures, this means that production rooted in Jamaica can confidently reach international shelves and establish its brand worthiness, that becomes the call brand when you go into a retail store anywhere internationally. It's not just that Jamaica should be recognized just for being Jamaica, but Jamaica being based on excellence, the competitiveness, the innovation, the packaging, all the things that go into making sure that we stand out in the way we stand out in other endeavors as a country. And that reputation is not just intangible, but it's also invaluable. For the discerning palate, it's well known what our Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee stands for, or Jamaican rum. or even our fine-flavored cocoa. All of these are established in the global landscape as being high value and being very, very valuable to the discerning palate. Jamaica is also carving out a reputation for its gastronomy, by extension. Our cuisine, rooted in tradition yet increasingly fused with global trends, is gaining recognition as a powerful driver in our tourism product. And by extension, when the experience is here, people want to repeat that experience or that memory. It's a natural call to find it wherever they call home. So from our jerk to our rum, to our turmeric, ginger, and other spices, superfoods, the global appetite for all of these products remain and continue to get stronger. Gastronomy is expanding, creating investment opportunities, not only for farming, but in innovation. And I have to pause and share even my own delight in the capacity that I hold, that I continue to see incredible innovation by many of you that are here in this room. It's fantastic. And the most recent I saw was someone producing a yam vodka. Again, when you think of what we can do as a people, these little things might be just done in a backyard or with family, and they're saying, yeah, this tastes great, but can it go anywhere outside of that? The answer is yes. With the right branding, packaging, and beyond, we will do it. And that's what excites me. So it's not just about exports. Agriculture is intimately linked with our tourism product, one of our largest foreign exchange earners. And most of you in this room know that that linkage is still yet to be exploited. We must focus on what we can do in trying to make sure that the linkages that we speak of becomes more of a reality. And the signs are there that it can, but it takes all of the stakeholders coming together to commit to this. And what is it also about our food in this space? When tourists come, or even returning residents, or even ourselves, it's the freshness, the quality, the nature of the types of pesticides or chemicals that are used or not used, all the things that contribute to the health of a nation and the taste of a palate. We also see the growth in a number of other innovative spaces by those two linkages. The farm to fork and also farm to table dining, where culinary tours are growing, not just incrementally, exponentially, I must add. And these agro-tourism initiatives are things that we're also excited about, and we continue to support them because it has the ability to extend just outside of a simple tour. It's a symbiotic relationship between agriculture and tourism that we must find these other additional opportunities to make sure that we can tie in real economic activity. And investment in Jamaican agriculture is therefore not just an investment in diversification. It then brings the question to why now? The third and most important call to action. Timing is everything in investment. And this is the banker's hat now, not just the farmer's hat. Timing is important. With all the things that you've heard so far, and the things you're going to hear beyond this and outside of this room, if you're an early mover or adopter, or more importantly, what I like to call a believer in this sector, this is the time. We have the winds in our sails for those sailors that are here. And it becomes a compelling opportunity for all of us, which is, again, why we're here. Jamaica also faces an important consideration, the issue of import substitution, by extension of all the things that I've just spoken about. We import US $1.6 billion worth of food to this island every year. A significant part of that supports hospitality through the hotels on the North Coast and beyond. But what's more important is that we also have to be very targeted. Of that number, we have to be committed and forceful to say of the things that can be competitively produced in Jamaica. What are those things and how do we coalesce around the agencies of government, private and public capital, and the stakeholders that are willing to work with us to make this a reality? And that's where some more work needs to be done. So the second is the global marketplace in shifting towards health. Health continues to be, health and wellness actually, continue to be a growth industry. It's just changing the lens through which people are looking at. It used to be calories, there used to be other things, now it's the nutritional density and the purity, right? So those are important things that we need to consider. But the most important thing is that agriculture also represents two things in this space from a Jamaican perspective. We have the ability to contribute to a strong global industry called the cosmeceutical industry. There are inputs that we produce through agriculture that allows us to provide inputs into this very lucrative market, whether it's honey, whether it is a form of cocoa butter, whatever it is, we must tap into these opportunities because they're real. The other is actually pharmaceuticals. Jamaica has 300 endemic plants in Jamaica, half of which have medicinal purposes. Germany is a huge pharmaceutical country, of producing country. And they've seen where they're looking globally in their network, where can they find these inputs to then continue the growth of medicinal plants being used more from more as an input in terms of what they're producing in the global market space. And third, climate change. Above and beyond anything else we were speaking about in terms of investment in agriculture, climate awareness is a must, regardless of the sectors. And that challenge is also an opportunity. An opportunity where the Development Bank of Jamaica is your partner. We continue to work with our international friends and agencies from the World Bank, IDB, the World Bank, IFC, you name it. All of them have been working diligently with the government of Jamaica, and we are appreciative of the work that they're doing and continue to do to help us. But specifically, what we're here to do is to provide not just capacity building and training, but also to try and bring attractively priced capital to Jamaica to allow your access to financing to be possible to achieve these very things. And finally, what was mentioned before, the public-private partnerships. We continue to be very proud of the role that we do in working with all the stakeholders and making sure that we're not just seen as providers of capitals to commercial banks or microfinance to make it possible for you to borrow. We're looking at new creative windows that allows us to go directly to you in a way that meets your needs once eligibility is applied. We also want to make sure as a development bank that we make sure how we look at how we can de-risk. And we've been able to create tremendous de-risking tools with the help of our international partners, whether they are collateral enhancements, which means that a farmer who wants to borrow money but doesn't have the collateral, we have the capacity to put collateral programs forward to support the banks to allow them to de-risk and hopefully reprice the risk because we're providing this support. Just to name a few. But we are very, very committed to be innovative, agile, and listening to the needs and concerns of you, the farmers, in this particular space. And that's me speaking as a farmer now. Finally, I want to say that we are also looking at other ways in the subject of access to finance. It's no secret that interest rates are high and the eligibility criteria is even higher. And the challenge that many of us, you, face is the ability to scale. We are looking at a couple of pilot programs over the next 12 months that will bring technology into play in a way that can help determine creditworthiness, allow pilot programs like mobile wallets to be possible, where we can help to extend credit in more innovative ways, not to bypass our wonderful friends in the commercial banking space, but to complement them. So in the places where they don't wish to be, we want to be there and will be there. The other thing is blended finance. And very quickly, all that simply means is that we want to find ways to make the average cost of capital be lowered. And we've started by the introduction of a program that we announced last week called the Orbit Financing Program. We designed a pilot of 2 billion Jamaican dollars earmarked for agriculture, those of you that are in agro-processing through a manufacturing window. And even if you have a creative space, like what we said in terms of culinary tours and so on, there is a window through the commercial banks that we've established since last week. And we'll be speaking. Thank you. Thank you. And the hardworking team at DBJ continues to be listening at the concerns and what you will expect of us, which you can hold us accountable. Every quarter, we're going to be looking at something to de-risk, assist, create access or capacity to help you, this important sector players. Finally, just to summarize everything that I've said, the time is now. We all know everything that has been said aligns with what you already believe. What we need to do is to continue to get a broader scope of believers. Believers who are going to be committed to making sure that we work together, first as a country, stakeholders, and making sure that we find a way to answer this rallying call. So, right? And what's that rallying call? Global. And with that, I'd like to end my remarks and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, spoken like a true farmer and Managing Director, Dr. David Lowe. Put your hands together again for a solid keynote presentation. We say big thanks to Dr. Lowe. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting just how much Jamaica has evolved into a business hub, and more specifically, evolving into an agriculture business hub. And thank you for highlighting truly the vast opportunities that are here and available, and encouraging us to seize the opportunity at this time to invest. And as Mr. Hill said earlier on, it's not just a conference, but really a catalyst for change. I have so many questions about the yam vodka. So many questions. And I just want to know if Dr. Lowe would be so willing to maybe give us a testimonial, sir, later on. Yes? Later on, about how it is, you know, the yam vodka. But it's so mind-blowing every time we think about how creative our Jamaicans are. I think they deserve a big round of applause. Who comes up with an idea to turn yam into vodka? Absolutely exceptional. And thank you, sir, for remaining committed to Jamaica. We thank the Development Bank of Jamaica for the work in developing Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we're going to be inviting back to the stage Mr. Vivian Scully, or CEO for the Agro-Investment Corporation, who's going to be making some presentations of our new deal book to a few key individuals. And of course, we're inviting back to the stage our mayor. We're inviting the heads of JSIF, the DBJ, JBM, JAMPRO, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the Exim Bank. We're also inviting to the stage and welcoming back home Consul General Oliver Mayer. And we're inviting our photographers, members of the media, to capture this moment, please. We are inviting Dr. Gavin Bellamy. And Mr. Sean Cameron from the Coconut Industry Board to the stage at this time. And my tech team, we could absolutely play some supporting music for this amazing moment. And the recipients are already flipping through. I cannot wait to see what is inside here. We're also inviting Mr. Robin Levy to the stage. Mr. Levy has a fan in the audience. I just heard, woo! And here we go. Inviting you to hold your deal book in hand. Smile brightly for the camera as we capture this moment. Guiding us into the next level of agribusiness. Thank you so much to all the recipients on stage. Yes, you may be seated.
So as we mentioned earlier, today, tomorrow, this week, and going forward, it's all about the deals being made in agriculture. And with that, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize a few of our agencies and departments within the Ministry of Agriculture who are here with us today because, and also, they are the engine behind the opportunities in the deal book. And I begin with the Coconut Industry Board, Mr. Sean Cameron. The National Fisheries Authority, Dr. Gavin Bellamy. And also, he's a director of the Agro-Invest Board. The Jamaica Dairy Board, Mr. Devon Sayers, CEO. RADA, CEO, Mr. Garnet Edmondson, reaching out in all the agriculture communities across Jamaica. The National Irrigation Authority, Mr. Joseph Giles, and his chairman, Mr. Vitus Evans, who are here today. From Plant Quarantine, ensuring our exports hit the skies, Mr. Damian Rowe. Our leaders within the Ministry of the Technical Projects and Special Projects, Mr. Orville Palmer and Mr. Courtney Cole, CTDs, Chief Technical Directors. And from the Jamaica Commodities Regulation Authority, known as JACRA, Mr. Wayne Hunter and his chairman, Mr. Wentworth Charles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our opening ceremony. We'd like to say thank you so much to all our presenters. Can we give everyone a rousing round of applause, please? And at this time, we're going to be taking a quick break. I'd say maybe between 5 to 10 minutes. Quick coffee break. Thereafter, we're going to be starting with our first panel discussion on the partnerships financing the agricultural sector. This will be moderated by Mrs. Shalette Cox, the president of the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO. So at this time, we'll take a break, and then we will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you. Just to also announce that the exhibition hall will be made open at 12 noon. So for the persons who have passed the feather banners, wondering what's happening inside the hall, it looks very interesting. And we can promise you it is indeed very interesting. The hall will be open at 12 noon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to see us all networking and connecting in this room. It's a very, very good sign that we are on the right track and we are agreeing and aligning our visions and missions for the greater good of our agriculture sector. We are just about ready to resume. And so while you find your seats, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors, because without them this event would not be possible. Our Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, the new face of food, Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSIF, the Rural Economic Development Initiative, READY, World Bank Group, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited, JBM, the Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, the Development Bank of Jamaica, the DBJ, Coconut Industry Board. Big thanks to the JMEA, the Jamaica Export and Import Association. We also want to say thanks to the Jamaica Export Association and the Agricultural Association. Also thanks to the JHTA, and they are our platinum sponsors. And we're encouraging you to reserve some of the conversation for the rest of the day. We're gonna be here, right? We're not leaving Montego Bay quickly, right? We just got here. And the mayor wants us to stay. We want to acknowledge our gold sponsors, the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, Exim Bank, the Jamaica Tourist Board, Jamaica Broilers Group of Companies Limited, the Best Dressed Chicken, Hypro, the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, JACRA, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Walkerswood, SCJ Holdings Limited, the Jamaica Customs Agency, Tradewinds Citrus Limited, and the Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union, our gold sponsors. And we are just about ready to begin the next half of our proceedings with the introduction of our panelists. And we're giving you time to pause your conversations. Come on back inside with your cup of Blue Mountain coffee. If you're hearing me, we are ready to begin. We do not want you to miss out at all on anything, not even the introduction. Big thanks to our silver sponsors, Touchline Industries, Emerge Multimedia, Promo Prints, and our media partners, the Jamaica Observer, the Gleaner Company Limited, PBC Jamaica, CVM TV, Power 106 FM, the Agriculturist. Thank you so much for taking the information and today's conference far and wide. Our hospitality partners, the Montego Bay Convention Center, Dreams Resort, and Hyatt Zilara. Thank you so much. So we are ready to resume with our first panel discussion. How is everybody feeling? We're doing good? Yes, are we ready? Absolutely, we are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion will be examining the partnerships financing the agricultural sector. And we invite at this time our very able and passionate moderator, Mrs. Shalette Cox, our president of JAMPRO, to the stage. Don't take her heights. Don't watch the height. Trust me, she packs a punch. Get ready for your socks to be knocked off. Ms. Shalette?
Thank you, Ms. Debbie. Thank you for that vote of confidence. And good morning, everybody. I think we still have some people that are coming in, but that will give me a little time to intro. I think we have been having some really good conversations this morning, and I am happy to be leading the discussion on this first panel focused on partnerships that finance the agriculture sector. And what it means is that as we recognize that agriculture remains the backbone of Jamaica's food security, as well as driving rural livelihoods and, of course, export growth, we know for a fact that financing has always been its greatest challenge. And today we will hear from leaders that are representing finance, investment, policy, and international development about how we can work together across government, across private sector, and our partners in the global environment to unlock the sector's full potential. So I'm going to invite up my panelists one by one. Some of them you would have seen earlier this morning. The first panelist is Dr. David Lowe, Managing Director of the Development Bank of Jamaica. Our second panelist is Mr. Vivian Scully, CEO of the Agro-Invest Corporation. Our third panelist, and I'm hoping to see Vivian run out of the corners somewhere. Our third panelist in the meantime is Mrs. Kilaro Soot, Senior Agricultural Specialist from the World Bank. The other one. Our fourth panelist is, and here is Mr. Scully. We'll forgive you. I know that you had to be making deals outside. That's how it works. Our fourth panelist is the newly minted CEO of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Mr. Livingston Morrison. And our final panelist is Mr. Errol Barnaby, Managing Director of the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, or Exim Bank. So I want to thank all of you for being here for this discussion. And as I started off by saying, we all recognize that the agriculture industry has been challenged by how do we structure financing, how do we access financing for our investors. And so my first question to each of you is to tell us a little bit about how your entity has been leveraging partnerships to attract private investments in Jamaica's agricultural industry. And I'll start with you, David, and just run along the line.
Okay, thank you, Shalette. And hello again. Very important question. I'm often asked, what is the real mandate of the Development Bank of Jamaica in this particular space all the time? And the key takeaway is that we must be finding ways of how not just to create access to capital or financing, but also how we can find ways to de-risk. And in this concept, within the context of today, agriculture is a main feature of that dialogue. So it begins with our partnerships locally and internationally. We try to find ways to build capacity. So if there is a leverage that's required to create financial literacy, say for farmers, as we've just done recently with RADO, through a grant that we've provided to target 450 farmers across the country, to help them in doing what we consider to be an important thing, get your financial records up to become credit worthy. So that is one key thing. The second thing is how we transmit capital through the formal system. And the context of that, again, is working with our local banks. The cost of funds continues to be a challenge to bring it down below double digits on a consistent basis to make accessibility possible. So that's another construct in our partnerships. And then the third thing is, as we said, trying to see how we can also bring other sorts of training opportunities through our association to build bankable businesses. So outside of the financial literacy, it would be things in terms of making sure that if you're looking to scale a business and you want to become a candidate for one of our loan programs, you need to understand that if you're going to go and export, do you meet the standards? How do we support you to make sure that you're accredited, making sure that your factory meets best manufacturing practices to allow you to even get outside of the country. So the construct of how we develop partnerships is it's vast, it's also detailed, but most importantly, it is driven by solutions to problems that we have. There's a lot of things that we've accomplished, but there's a lot more work to do. And that's the short version of how we create partnerships in all the three key pillars: access to capital, access to capacity, and making sure eligibility is possible through de-risking. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Our model at Agro-Invest is around turning off the risk in terms of a public agency and having the private sector scaling up. So how do we reduce risk? We package bankable assets, the land infrastructure, we pre-clear sites across the agro-parks, that's the model. And then we look at connecting those assets to markets. We create offtake MOUs with processors, with hotels, and we work with exporters, even through JAMPRO with your Export Max. A number of that program are clients across our agro-parks. In the area of blending finance, of course, working with the DBJ, and we had some early consultations there in developing that program. We look at equity from our sponsors, along with debt from the bank, and then we also blend that with grants, which we're doing right now to create the cold chain and other solar climate resilient projects. And then finally, we run PPPs where that makes sense by partnering with investors and giving them long-term leases on assets that GOJ has, and also subsidizing the initial entry into the investment. And then finally, handrails. Through our technical support across the agro-parks, we have technical officers, agricultural engineers that assist the investors, guiding them along to success.
Thank you. So I think this is such an important question, and actually, one of the things that really came up during the break, right? Everyone talking about how are we leveraging partnerships, how are we bringing in financing. So I'm always told about the power of 3, but I'm going to treat you to 5 ways that the World Bank sort of partners to really unlock private investment in agriculture. So as Mr. Scully was saying, one of the big things is risk mitigation. So we use blended finance at the World Bank for risk mitigation. So some of you might have heard of some of the initiatives like GAFSP, the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program. They have a new business investment financing track, which I think is very relevant for the type of attendees here at the forum. This is really concessional financing tools, so guarantees, first loss facilities, also helping sort of commercial capital to de-risk investments in underserved agricultural sectors. The second one, again, very similar to what Mr. Scully was saying about the public-private ecosystem and really sort of being able to support that. So the bank works with both the public sector through IBRD or IDA, which is the branch that I work for, or my colleagues in the private branch, which is the IFC or MEGA, and really looks at enabling environment. So land reforms, irrigation infrastructure, policy support, really finding ways to offer finance and risk mitigate for private investors. The third is technology, and this is something that I talked about earlier, but also that, again, discussed during the break with various people. And really, what are the agricultural technology and innovation platforms that are available to kind of be able to leverage those partnerships with places like CGIAR, which you're probably familiar with, AgBase, WFP, the World Food Programme, for example, has the Innovation Accelerator, which really helps to sort of scale digital agricultural solutions. And then at the World Bank, we have a proposed global innovation ag tech facility, which we really hope will integrate technology into investment projects and reduce those barriers that currently exist for private firms. My fourth point is country-level successes, right? So, for example, I mentioned the $192 million new policy financing instrument that the World Bank is financing with the government of Jamaica, really to catalyze private investment in agriculture, which is part of our broader World Bank commitment. And then finally, global convenings and knowledge exchange, which I think is really important. So we do have a smart farming sort of knowledge exchange that we did here in Jamaica, and we were hoping to come out with results of that relatively soon. But Career Green Innovation Days, FAO as well, really showcases how regional and global partnerships can drive investment, innovation, and ultimately job creation.
Thank you very much. I'd invite you to think of the Jamaica Stock Exchange as a vehicle for the mobilization of capital to support business development, wealth creation, and ultimately economic growth and development. That's our business. We're set up for that. We work on that every single day. We bring partners together, and we have a business development unit that is charged with the responsibility of doing nothing else but to be out there meeting with stakeholders and bringing listings to market. We have seen the benefit of that framework. Most persons here, if not everyone, would be familiar with the success of the junior market. And we leverage that framework to continue to open doors, create opportunities for average Jamaicans to invest in the success stories. And I must say, I'm so very excited to be here. This is such a fantastic publication, which I have been going through since I heard about it this morning. And it starts the conversation and provide a tremendous amount of information on which to build dreams. So yes, the Jamaica Stock Exchange is ready to engage. In addition to the listing arrangements, we do provide back office support, corporate services, and registrar services, to name a few. So we're ready to perform our role as a key player in this process of advancing the development of agribusiness in Jamaica.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me just take the opportunity to thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here to highlight the role that Exim Bank plays in the value chain of the agribusiness ecosystem. As you know, Exim Bank mandate is really to facilitate economic growth and sustain job creation. And how we do this is through export sales. And by facilitating export sales, we provide affordable financing and support the productive sector. So whether you are an exporter in direct supply to the export sector, we are here for you. Exim Bank is Jamaica's premier trade finance institution. We are the only institution that focuses exclusively on providing financing and supporting the growth of local businesses, whether they're in the productive sector or in other trade. Nonetheless, the agribusiness, the agro-processors, and the agribusiness players are part of our clientele. We have disbursed over more than 40% for the last 5 years of our loans to the agribusiness sector. Last 2 years, we have seen over 55% of our disbursement is in the agro-processors, manufacturers, etc. So we have a whole suite of products, most of which are tailor-made, fit for purpose for the agri sector. So we provide working capital support, short-term loans. We also provide loans for purchase of raw material, equipment. We are in the space of receivable financing. When it comes to energy loans, we are there as well, and a digital e-commerce loan for you to digitize and digitalize. So we recently engaged the AIC, Agro-Investment Corporation, into a partnership where we'll be working with them, especially for the players in the agro-parks. We'll be working with Vivian and his team to provide training. We also will be in the space for referrals. Vivian and his team will do some pre-assessment on the players in the agro-parks who are seeking access to capital, and they will make that referrals to Exim Bank, and then we will take it from there. We're looking at capacity building as well and technical support. And also, for our benefit, as you know, Exim Bank, we are not the experts in agribusiness, agro-processing, and agriculture. So we're piggybacking on the AIC team as well to work with us to provide monitoring for loan support. So all in all, it's a win-win for all, and we are here to provide that. And just to make the distinction that we are in direct lending, unlike DBJ through the AFIs. So we are more interacting with the clientele in the agribusiness space. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all our panelists for that response. And you know, I don't know if the audience heard it, but when it talks about partnership, AIC seems to be a central pillar of the partnership for agribusiness. I heard DBJ talk about the partnership with AIC, World Bank spoke about it, Exim spoke about it, and I know definitely from Jampro's perspective, I could give a testimony as well. So what we used to hear about 10 years ago, that we don't have joined up government, is obviously not true anymore. And we are having a situation where government agencies in particular are working with the strengths of each other to serve our clients. So I think that was a very important piece. I want to also highlight even the booklet this morning. And I really want to commend AIC for that booklet, because
Thank you.
Because I think every conversation starts with information. And if you're not guided by something, you end up all over the place. And I think what you've done for us, definitely for us at this conference, is kind of focused us on what is important. So I want to start with some one-on-one questions. And I'll start with you, David. You mentioned very briefly about the program launched last week for agro-business practitioners in particular, both in terms of the farmers that farm, but also the agro-processors that some of them farm and process, but some of them offtake from the farmers. Tell me a little bit about that particular program and how it's structured, particularly to raise, give support, capital support to farmers, particularly in rural and underserved communities.
Okay,
or any other program that you have at DBJ that does that.
All right, great marketing opportunity, but thank you.
My pleasure.
The program that I referenced earlier was what we referred to as the Orbit program. That was a specialty window, or a window that was designed from stakeholder engagements. And the stakeholder engagements that I refer to are across a suite of consolidated secretariats. So we met with the MSME Alliance, Small Business Association, PSOJ, JMEA, just to name a few, and we had engagements with all of their members. And the focus over the last 3 months was basically, what are the specific issues you're having around access to capital or financing? So it worked backwards from that based on what the prevailing rates were in the economy, and of course, what the eligibility issues were. So the first thing was, the way we look at it from DBJ's perspective is that the first pillar of access to capital is the money available? And the answer is yes, we ring-fenced $2 billion for a purpose. The second thing is, what's the rate? We found that the prevailing rates in the economy at this point were, depending on the risk and the nature of the sector, sometimes crept beyond 10% to the beneficiary. And we felt that we had to find a way to see how we could bring the rate down, not just below double digits, but to make it at a hurdle rate that made sense for us, our AFI partners, which are the banks, and of course the beneficiaries. And that's how we were able to find a way to ring fence money at 8% to the beneficiary. So when you look at what's available in the marketplace, as we speak now, I don't know what happened since I've been up here, but it is the lowest accessible funding in that space. Driven by stakeholder engagement, driven by a need to understand what were the problems that we're solving in the access to capital, and the construct also called for one other very important issue, particularly in agriculture, and that has to do with collateral. Most farmers that need to scale don't have the assets that meet the criteria for eligibility where collateral is concerned. The recognition of certain farm assets aren't recognized, so putting up a tractor or some other sort of farm asset does not meet the loan to value that's required to give comfort to a lender. So what we have done is to utilize a fund that we have at the DBJ, which we're trying to leverage a lot more with our partners at the AFIs, which are the commercial banks, to utilize the CEF fund, Credit Enhancement Fund, and it's cash collateral. And so we were able to twin that cash collateral with this Orbit program. So basically, once you met the criteria for your cash flow and you had reasonable records, and it was a business that was bona fide in operations and had a market where you're generating real cash, you're basically there. 8%, 90% secured, which made a big difference. And for that reason, based on the information I have up to this morning, it was launched last week, almost 70% of that money has been allocated and absorbed by the banks. So that's probably one of the fastest uptakes we've ever seen for a product of this nature.
And I think, can you share which banks are facilitating that program on your behalf?
Sure. I'm happy to say also that there is no participating bank, to the best of my knowledge, as we speak. Everyone has expressed interest. Whether or not they've actually signed over in terms of accepting the money, it's in transition as we speak. So every bank that I'm aware of as of this morning has indicated interest and should be rolling out within days.
Okay, that's fabulous. And you know, that's one of the things a lot of people look at, you know, how do we have a development bank of Jamaica? We have an Exim bank, and Errol pointed out Exim does direct lending. They had their clients come in to them and they're able to develop that relationship. But one of the things with DBJ, because you use the AFI network, you're in every parish, every nook and cranny, and so the accessibility on that level is very important.
If I may just quickly add some more context to my answer. So again, as a reminder, even though we're designing these products, we see this as our de-risking contribution to the sector where finance is concerned. We do have direct windows, but it meets a particular criteria. But the essence of the AFIs is that they have to do the initial assessment and work on that basis.
All right, great. So, Mr. Scully,
Yes.
you made a big and bold promise this morning that I heard, and I think everybody took attention to, an agro-park in every parish, right? I'm going to come to you about the one in St. Mary, but the role of agro-parks, and I think it's important for us to understand that what the government has done, essentially, and you mentioned it in your response just now, is de-risked agriculture by providing these agro-parks. Talk to me exactly about how the government has done that and how it's structured. How do farmers get involved in agro-parks, in getting access to agro-parks? And even in your presentation, you mentioned various focus of the agro-parks. So some might do cold storage, have cold storage, some have processing, some have different products. So talk to us about how the government has structured it and how investors can access agro-parks in Jamaica.
Okay, good. Thanks. And I'm going to plug that one about St. Mary right out the gate. We have have a scheduled visit to go and look at 1,000 acres in St. Mary in an area called Nonsuch, which I just learned about a couple of months ago. And so the intent is to establish an agro-park in the area on 1,000 acres of land.
Would that be near the airport that used to be there?
It's on I think it's on the southwest side of St. Mary.
Oh, okay.
We've already leased also 500 acres to a orchard crop investor from the US in St. Mary as well. Okay. So we're off to a start, all right?
Good.
So what we do on the agro-parks, it sounds simple, but it de-risks the entry into agriculture. It starts with us. If we look at St. Mary, the first thing we're going to do is create surveyed lots on that area. So you'll have an actual geolocation of where the investment will take place. Then we create the farm roads, and we move to irrigation. And oftentimes that's done with support from our international partners because irrigation is very expensive, and so we have to spread that cost over many years. And we work with international partners to get that done. We put in power, and in the instances going forward, we're creating some of the largest solar power irrigation systems in the Caribbean right now. For example, in Essex Valley, St. Elizabeth, the NIC has a significant amount of solar power enabling their irrigation systems across that project. In terms of standards and traceability, we create that through compliance system, through Global Gap and HACCP to make it easier for entry into markets. And then there's the market linkage side. We provide off-take contracts in some instances. We validate receipts of delivery. And in that way, we're converting inventory into bankable assets that the financing institutions can see as proof that actual production is taking place. And on top of that, we'll layer the shared services. Cold rooms, pack houses at the AMC. We have several exporters who are utilizing our facility there for exports. Roughly about 15% of the country's exports go through that shared facility. And a majority of the yam exports, which is now one of our lead export items in Jamaica. And for lenders, we think that's makes a predictable cash flow situation that allows recovery assets versus, and not a patchwork of small individual farmers. So it's all about consolidation in these agro-production zones.
All right, thank you for that very much. Kilara, as our global speaker here and with your role as a senior agricultural specialist at World Bank, you, I am sure, have seen different countries with different experiences. Give me one or two innovative financing projects or concepts that you've seen work, and based on your knowledge of Jamaica, you think it's something that we could consider implementing or looking at for implementation.
Sure, absolutely. So yes, I mean, it's in the name, World Bank. But yeah, we have supported a range of sort of different types of innovative financing models that really help to do everything we're talking about today. So unlock private investment, de-risk agricultural ventures, and obviously ultimately to scale impact. So I think you asked for two or three. So I think one of them that I think would be really important to think about is blended finance and matching grants. So for example, in Guinea, the World Bank and IFC jointly supported a matching grant facility under a commercial agricultural development program, which really provided co-financing for competitively selected agribusiness initiatives, really being able to combine public funds with private investment to support those SMEs in strategic value chains, so poultry, for example, different types of grains. And I think this is the type of thing that Jamaica could really replicate to think about catalyzing investments in high potential sectors such as aquaculture, agro-processing, climate-resilient crops. And you can see sort of the start of that with Ready 2, but also with Ready 1, right? Ready 2 is a follow-up project to the very successful Ready 1 and one that we hope to continue. Another thing I would like to touch on quickly is insurance, because that, again, came up in conversation during the break. So in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC, the World Bank piloted a type of sort of layered financial protection model, which really integrated agricultural insurance with other types of financial services. And so this really allowed for pre-arranged financing, public-private partnerships, digital tools, particularly to mitigate climate risks for smallholders. And I think in a country like Jamaica, where we're very aware of the climate vulnerability with hurricanes and droughts and that sort of recurring threat, I think that type of model could really potentially strengthen resilience and attract private insurers to the market.
Those are two fabulous ideas, and I think I saw David's brain starting to churn to figure out how that can work. And I know insurance, we haven't raised that, but insurance has been a big part of the financing challenge as well because of where we are located and the risks that come with that. So any solutions around that, I'm sure we'd want to explore. So thank you for your experience. Now, Livingston, you mentioned, of course, the stock exchange as an avenue or a channel of financing is a very unique one. And we are aware of how the stock exchange has really driven companies' growth because of how they're structured. So I want you to talk a little bit about structure and the role that governance, transparency, and investor confidence plays in making a company attractive for financing, because I know that is something that the stock exchange advocates strongly for. So talk a little bit about the role of those things in making an agricultural firm attractive for investments.
No, thank you very much for that. Essentially, as I listen to the various initiatives that are being pursued, I think investors must be getting very, very excited, because essentially these developments are taking some of the risk out of the value creation process and creating opportunities for investors, and small investors in particular, to participate in this very important process. You know, cold storage, loss of produce has been a perennial problem and has destroyed many promising agriculture and agri-processing ventures. Supporting trade and export, logistics essentially, scaling and being able to fill large orders within defined time frames. The Agro-parks will address that. The various financing options that are on the table. The Jamaica Stock Exchange brings to the discussion an opportunity to bring equity investment into that mix, which ultimately will reduce the overall cost of financing. And that's a context in which the governance arrangements are crucial, because essentially what we're talking about is democratizing the whole business of financing very, very important business ventures. And the development so far, I think, will contribute to investor confidence in moving into what has traditionally been a very risky business. I mean, let's face it, agricultural business and ventures are inherently risky. And I see the initiatives that we're pursuing now as mitigating some of the risk and providing opportunities for some of the major exposures to be managed in a more effective way. So the structures that we have at the Jamaica Stock Exchange, embodied in our rules and guidelines, essentially put the governance framework in a particular context that allows for average investors to be aware of what to expect. Our business development unit educate potential issuers of instruments about what is expected. We also provide for mentors to be available as part of our framework to the different entities who are interested in engaging, small investors to contribute to realizing their dreams. So we have a comprehensive framework that is available and ready. We like to think of ourselves, as I said before, as a utility that is available for a wide range of businesses, and the agribusiness sector definitely recommends itself. And these initiatives put us in a position to make that utility available to the average investor, and most definitely to the business sectors or business interest that wants to get into agribusiness.
All right, thank you for that. And we cannot re-emphasize how much it's important to have that level of structure, especially when you're seeking financing for your company. Errol, we spoke about the fact that one of the strengths of Exim is the ability to work hand in hand with their clientele. Talk to me about some of what you are doing to help your clients overcome the barriers that are preventing them from accessing financing.
Thank you for that good question there. You know, we pride ourselves on facilitating, enabling, and encouraging our clients. One thing that we have been doing is working with the NGOs. There, for instance, the Unbound Foundation is you have a cadre of business people, experienced business people who will working with Exim Bank to basically give advice to the up-and-coming, emerging entrepreneurs in the agribusiness sector. And one of that is really to get them up ready for access to capital. And that is in addition to business development and capacity building. So we have a business center, Exim Business Center, where from time to time we facilitate the usage of that to get entrepreneurs in our space so that for those, for instance, in the agribusiness sector, we can educate them, train them to be ready for access to capital. In most cases, you find that individuals or companies in the agribusiness sector, they're not formalized. They're not necessarily registered with the company's office. They're not tax compliant. Their accounts, their audited accounts are not up to date, and even in-house accounts are not ready. And in addition to that, you are trying to access finance and try to convince the financier that, listen, I will pay you back. But that's not enough. We want to see all your business plan, we want to see your projection, we want to see how your cash flow will be enable you to reflow in terms of servicing a loan. So that is, in essence, what we do to get them in this position to ready for access to finance. Really.
Thank you for that, Errol. Now, I have a number of questions that I could continue to ask, but I believe that we are going to open up the floor for question and answers from the audience. So I want to check first and foremost whether or not there are any questions, any burning questions that anybody from the audience might have for any one of these panelists that they might want to ask at this time. And I think there are 2 mics here in the passage that you can get started. Just give us your name and your affiliation with the agriculture industry, and then go ahead and ask the question to any member of the panel.
Okay, good morning. My name is Leo Williams. I'm the founder of the Agricultural Exchange, which is going to be in Jamaica and several other countries. My question is about predial larceny, and it's for basically either DBJ or Vivian. But can you tell us a little bit about some of the processes or some of the innovations that you have in the pipeline to mitigate or to minimize predial larceny? And maybe also Ms. Soot.
Okay, Leo. That has been a perennial challenge for farms across Jamaica. And it is also a factor we deal with because of the laws supporting animal rearing in Jamaica. However, across several of our agro-parks, we have, the one big thing the Ministry of Agriculture has done is establish a predial larceny unit. And they have been having initiatives to reduce the impact of predial larceny by employing protection officers who are spread across the agricultural community to monitor and reduce the impact of that. We also have the equivalent of watches, groups on the agro-parks who watch over each other's assets, and they have connections with nearby police support to alert any instances of those. But within Agro-Invest, what we have started doing, because we're dealing with predial losses from people stealing product to even animals destroying crops on some of the parks. What we've started is a program of installing fences on the parks. And we also encourage the investors to build that into their investment plan to have protection around their farms in terms of fencing. And that's one simple way that we're doing that. The other thing we're doing is technology, installing wireless cameras to monitor and alert instances across the agro-parks. We're also working on an initiative with an agency that's installing Wi-Fi across Jamaica, and they're looking at a pilot project for the Ebony Park to install wireless access to enable these cameras and other IoT technologies on our agro-parks. So in short.
Good,
All
thank you.
right, thank you. Thank you for that question, Mr. Williams, and thank you, Vivian. We have a question over that side.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. My name is Vindel Carr, and while I'm a trained agriculturalist, I'm not currently working in the industry, but I believe I have had the opportunity to contribute in one way or another historically. For example, the concept of agri-park was written into a certain political manifesto in 2000, year 2000, for the 2000 election, and then another election, Minister Tufton popularized it. Now, the first question, and the only one at agri-park, what has caused, particularly in our country, for certain concepts and policy positions to take so long to hit the ground running in a proper way? The mention was made about the minister, the current, well, outgoing and current agricultural minister wants an agro-park in every parish. This is a multi-decades long concept. Somebody will answer, why? Why? I turn to my colleague and very learned and extremely bright new managing director of the DBJ now with respect to the 8% interest rate. David, do you think, based on all you know with the agricultural systems and access to loan, do you think 8% is really manageable, particularly if you think about crops? Yes? And I just want you to be realistic here and open.
All right, thank you for those two questions. You gonna go first? You wanna go first, Vivian?
Yeah, all right. You know, I think that's a challenge we all face as citizens of Jamaica, to work collaboratively to move projects at an accelerated speed. The agro-park concept, as you said, was developed in 2000. It was implemented under the then Minister of Agriculture in 2014, Tufton. Yes. So if you look at that time frame, maybe 10 years before they got the first 4 parks off.
That's correct.
Today, as we speak, we have 10 agro-parks in 7 parishes. And what we have are also 15 production zones. And eventually those production zones will be converted to agro-parks with increased infrastructure in place, irrigation, marketing facilities, and technical support. So we are working to do that, and especially one of the reasons why having this forum, to get everybody together versus a disjointed approach, is to achieve some of those goals in a shorter time frame.
If I could help you though, Vivian, I think I would also want to mention a couple of other things. In 2013, 2014, Jamaica's debt to GDP was 147%. Today, it's trending down from 68% in March, and we're aiming to get to 60% in 2027. And to break that down, what it means that 10 years ago, the government did not have the resources to invest the way that we can invest today. In terms of, because we're the ones that are leasing the lands, we're the ones that, even though that we'll have partners like our World Bank, we're the ones that have to be investing in irrigation, investing in the facilities. So now is a time where those resources are available. The second thing I want to mention is that we went through a period, and most of the farmers will know, where farming was not sexy. Farming was not something that investors wanted to do or wanted to look at. I think over the last decade and a half, maybe we have seen where the attractiveness of the industry has really come a far way. And unless you have demand in interest in the industry, wouldn't have been the right time to set up all of these facilities and no one to work them. And then the last thing is, I think we have been very open across government about the need for increased efficiency and productivity. And I think it's at the center of the Prime Minister naming a Minister of Innovation, Efficiency, and Digital Transformation. So we do understand that it's a work in progress to shorten that timeline behind the concept and implementation. But I really think where we are now as a country is the best time to see that move faster and get things done quicker. Over to you, David, for the second.
Thank you for the question. And again, I just want to make sure I answer it as best as I can. My understanding of the question is, are we proud of the 8% that's in the market through this new intervention?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me set some context and be as candid as I can. Is 8% the most competitive rate that agriculture can consider, given all things? No. In the land of today and the financial landscape of now, that 8% represents the lowest in the market that exists. So if you put context to it, where rates are above 10% and we're forcing rates to become more attractive, and attractive doesn't mean it's the best. 8% is still better than 10%. But I don't want to lose sight of your point. We believe that rates, in order to be a factor of success for scaling agricultural businesses, have to be lower. It's demonstrated in every other jurisdiction around the world. But we are also restricted by some other realities. The cost of funds in the market is a function of savings through the AFIs, what they're paying, as we all know, and I don't want to oversimplify it. And they have other restrictions in terms of their liquid assets, and also what the bankers have spoken about in terms of the asset tax requirement. All of these things have been contributing to rates being higher than what they should be. The goal of the Development Bank is to find ways to find access to capital that we can bring in either internationally or locally to try and put some pressure to create at least a window where people in agriculture and other scalable business can have access. So I'll summarize by simply saying 8%, while not the most attractive benchmark rate across other jurisdictions, is still the lowest that exists as of today.
Thank you. And one final pointed question.
If I could, because this young lady has been waiting for a very long time, so if I could just balance it. Thank you very much. I'm sure whosoever you had the question for, you can catch them during lunchtime.
Thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Give thanks, blessed love, everyone. My name is Carrie Coote. I'm a certified herbal physician. I'm also an agricultural student of the Elam Agricultural School. I think it's Sidney Pagan now. I'm a little bit hurt by that because we should not have allowed education not to elevate in our country when it comes to agriculture. So one of my questions is, it might not be suitable for any of you here, but what I would love that I've heard earlier is that we're connective organizations now, so I hope it will reach the people. Education, having agriculture being a part of the educational system from very early. We need that. If we have something like that, then of course our kids are going to be grown up already, if we want to use the word brainwash, but already structured into a agricultural country mindset, thank you, that will want to explore this and make it happen. So I'm lobbying for that. And the second thing, as a certified herbal physician, Dr. David Lowe, I was amazed when I heard about 300 herbs in Jamaica that are medicinal. Now, these herbs are being shipped out of Jamaica, repackaged and brought back to us. I think we need to do something as a country, as a certified herbal physician and one of the first in my country. We need to analyze that and we need to do something about that. Give thanks. Blessed love, give thanks for life.
Thank you very much. And I think any one of us here has to make sure that message gets to the Ministry of Education about the need for early childhood education in the agricultural industry. I know that it starts at secondary schools across the island, but maybe we need to get to the primary school. In terms of the point that you made about us exporting the raw product, having it processed and come back to us, I think, Mr. Scully, in your presentation, you spoke about the fact that we want to do more value chain here. We don't want to be exporting raw products. And I think, Dr. Lowe, when you presented this morning, you spoke about some of the incentives that are available to agriculturalists that want to do the processing. Through the Ministry of Agriculture, there's a productive input relief that allows them to bring in equipment duty-free and set up their facility. There's also the special economic zone regime where you can set up your facility, bring in your equipment duty-free, bring in your any other inputs that aren't in Jamaica duty-free, GCT-free, and then export. So there are facilities, and I think, I know I can speak for JAMPRO and for AIC in that when we promote, we are promoting for agro-processing. And that's why you hear us talk so much about agri-business, not the traditional agriculture where we're just farming and taking things out of the ground and into a truck and off at the ports, but putting them into facilities, and that's part of why those facilities are a part of the agro-park. So thank you very much, and we're on the same track and mindset that you are. I'm going to go over there and then here, but the persons that are standing now are the only questions that I'm going to go with, and then I'm going to wrap up with those 4 questions. So I'm just going to go there and come back.
Thank you. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning to the panelists. This is geared towards Mr. Scully. My name is Dylan Williams, and I currently have 2 businesses. One geared toward meat production, and the other geared towards fruits and vegetables. But Mr. Scully, I've realized that the agro-parks are geared mainly towards crop production. What is happening towards the livestock aspect of those said agro-parks, right? And I was really hoping that I would see somebody from SCJ today, because they have some properties, Long Pond, where they were leasing lands to farmers. And I've been trying for about 6 or 8 years now to get some of said lands to do hay production. But nothing is available, whilst people who aren't leasing said lands are occupying and raising animals on those properties. Can you shed any light on that?
So, good question, and we do get a lot of inquiries around livestock production for the agro-parks. The quick answer is we have to find ways of separating both, because we do not want cross contamination or damages across the 2 operations. But they can survive together because the output of one can provide inputs for the other in terms of fertilizers, etc. And so what we're doing is looking at some of the non-arable lands to see how we can convert or make those available for animal production. The issue, however, is these non-arable lands often are in remote parts of the park, and that presents challenges to put livestock, especially in our environment in Jamaica here. And so what I say to the investors in those areas, we can't give you land because we have hundreds of acres of non-arable land, but you're going to have to scale up your investment because you have to put on that, livable quarters, fencing, in order to protect that type of investment. But with that said, we do have our own livestock agro-park managed by Agro-Invest in St. Anne with 400 heads of cattle.
That's up by Menard?
By Menard, okay. Which we create, the Jamaica breed to put back into the livestock industry to support the quality beef production in Jamaica.
And I noticed that you have opportunities in goats in your book when I went through it. So I know that you are pushing the ruminants part of production. Thank you very much for your question, sir.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Broiler Scarlett, and I represent an input supplies company. congratulations to the organizers and the sponsors of this forum. I think it's a great idea. The questions I have for the panelists, and I think just about anyone could answer the questions. Maybe 3 questions. The objective of, trying to get investors, is it for substitution? It's for local substitution, for domestic consumption, or is it for export? I want to speak particularly to horticulture now, and that may be ornamental or food or medicinal. What's the objective? Local product for local consumption or substitution, or for export? I go back to decades, maybe a decade, that the cannabis and industry was buzzing. At this very location, there were several high-pitch fora, and today, nothing. So what's the objective of this forum? Thank you.
Scully, I don't know if you want to take that or if you want me to just give the short answer, that it's all 3.
You can tackle that one.
The short answer is that when we look at any industry in Jamaica, as best as possible, we want to do a level of import replacement where we can. We definitely are looking at domestic consumption, but we've also accepted the fact that in order to really grow our economy, we have to push beyond our borders. So it's always also going to be export. So to answer your question, any investor that we are looking at new or expanding is to do all 3 of what you just mentioned. And it would span across all the agricultural sub-areas. So you mentioned horticulture specifically. You mentioned cannabis as well. And I can tell you, cannabis is not as dead as some people think it is. It does have its challenges, of course, especially when it comes to exporting, but it continues to grow in Jamaica. So that's to answer your question, and thank you for those very much. Question here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to each and everyone. My name is Donovan Longmore. I am the Jamaica Diaspora leader for the state of Connecticut. And I'm here just to put 2 input. First, let me say congratulations to all of you guys who made this possible. This is a new horizon that the world, not just Jamaica, the world need to see. My 2 questions is this, simple. On my way here this morning, I saw this on television. My question is this available for those who couldn't make it? Because a lot of people couldn't make it today, for them to see either later on or through a link or a Zoom or something of that sort. Second question, Mr. Scully, I spoke to you before. Ms. Scott, I spoke to you before. I want each and every one of you on my radio program. I'm a media personality in the States as well. And I want to broaden this horizon to a much higher platform, because this is something that the world needs, and this is something that will help grow Jamaica for the economy, and of course for people back overseas who are in the diaspora. So just want to, I'm going to call you guys anyway, but I want to make sure it's possible for me to speak for Mr. Floyd Green all the way down, even the farmers. I want them on the air as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Longmore. Go ahead, Scott.
No, thank you for that. The live stream is available on YouTube. I checked it while we were on, and there are several persons watching as well. And in terms of collaborating with you to do some information sessions, we'd love that. And we'll even take it further. For every session, we'll partner with someone on one of our agro-parks or agro-processing operations, so we can do, give them exposure, visibility as well at the same time. Yes. So we're not just talk, we're action.
Right. All right, thank you very much. And our last question here.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, the question primarily is for Mr. Scully and probably Mr. Morrison. So my primary area of interest is in the agro-park. So for someone entering new into farming, help me to understand a little bit of the logistics in terms of workforce. Is the support offered there? in terms of great initiative with the wireless cameras, but in terms of having someone there to oversee crops, help me to understand also what leasing would be like in terms of minimum acreage, what a lease amount could possibly look like, and also is there a rental of equipment, and what are like investment opportunities in the agro-park. So just basically, as someone new entering in, what would that look like?
One of the best kept secrets is the rate at which you can lease an acre of land in the agro-park. It's about $150 US per year per acre, which is like 20,000 Jamaican dollars. So easy access. It starts with an application online. We've moved that process to make it a lot easier. And it's about 4 or 5 pages to fill out with your project. Indicate your financing. It takes about $1 million Jamaican dollars to bring 1 acre of land into production. So we ask that you identify at least 70% of those funds in the application and have an idea where you're going to sell these products. We do provide support internally on that with our business development team to walk interested applicants through the process. And it takes about 6 to 9 weeks to be approved, and then you're on the park. You talk about support. We have agro-park managers who are assigned to each park. We talked about giving guide rails, technical support, financing, guidance, and market linkage support is provided to our agro-park investors. And I just want to say hello to Mr. Terence Samuels. He's one of our agro-park managers who's in the audience here as well.
Okay.
And a member of the RADA board. All right.
All right.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you very much. And I know you have more people with questions, but I'm going to speak on behalf of my panelists and tell them and say to you that you can find them throughout the day and you can ask them the question directly and get the answers that you want. I think next time we do this, Scully, we have to do a Ask the CEO session so that they can ask every question that they have of you. I'm going to wrap up now. I have a last question.
As you wrap up, just to mention that there are over 40 exhibitors in the exhibition hall. So during the breaks, during lunchtime, after the breakout sessions, you can go and interact with them. There are booths from Agro-Invest, from Jampro, DBJ, the banks, you name it.
So you can ask
Very
your
good
questions
opportunity
at the
to get
booths
information.
as well.
And also to put in an application for land on the agro-park.
Fabulous. Thank you for that reminder, Scully. So the last question I want to ask, and I want 1 and 2 sentence answers to wrap this up, is knowing what we know, hearing what we've heard, what is a one policy shift or financial innovation that either your entity is going to do or you would recommend another entity think about doing that would make the most impact on unlocking capital for agriculture? What's that one policy shift or financial innovation that you would recommend? And I'm going to ask that question going down the line before we wrap up.
Thanks, Shalette. It's going to be difficult to keep it in a short one,
And
but I will.
that's exactly why I said 1 or 2 sentences.
Crop insurance, period. That's a necessary intervention that has to be developed sooner rather than later. The nature of agriculture is what we all know it to be, and without that as part of the suite of offerings to de-risk it, we're not going to move the ticker.
All right, thank you. Good one. Scully?
Boy, David solved one of the problems that we had earlier in terms of providing some de-risking of some agribusiness loans. So I think that's one step forward already, though it gives a lot more support to agro-processors than to actual farmers who are doing crop production. So possibly the next step could be to de-risking some of the actual crop production to be backed up by us validating the production output from these farms and monitoring as well, which we are willing to do as Agro-Invest.
All right, sounds good. Kilara?
For me, it's about smart farming. So whether that's technology, whether it's innovative technologies, whether it's climate resilience and climate smart agriculture. For me, if we can get onto a path where the agriculture is smart, it will provide that foundation for all the other things that we've talked about.
Great, and I would throw it out there to DBJ and Exim, if we can do lines of credit that has technology, climate resilience as criteria, it might help to push us down that path. You're itching, David. Just give me the sentence. You want to respond to that, David?
Just quickly to add that the most important part of this issue of funding for agriculture, outside of the risks and so on, is for bankers or assemblers of capital understand the nature of the sector with how returns are made. When you have a construct of monthly payments that is consistent across other sectors where you have that predictability of cash flow,
it's not the same.
It's not the same. Some crops yield
Seasonal.
6 weeks, others are outside of that. And then what happens in that period? Typical bankers can't carry an on-service loan facility past 2 months, otherwise it becomes non-performing. That alignment is not there with the reality of agriculture. And in some sectors, we have to spend more time creating a knowledge center to allow that to be understood before we can move forward.
All right, thank you for that intervention, David. Livingston.
So it's one thing to have a strategy, it's quite another to be executing that strategy with some amount of precision. And I think all that we have heard this morning suggests that we're on the right track in terms of executing one of the plans that has been in the works for a long period of time. Success, agriculture is on the move. The last 10 years certainly points to the level of success that has been generated. My own hope is that through the Jamaica Stock Exchange, we'll give average Jamaicans an opportunity to participate and to reap some of the benefits that are projected. Of course, in the next couple of months, we will be working on the micro exchange. And the expectation is that we'll be executing and implementing that with a difference, using technology to drive the utilization of the platform. More of that to come.
Thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned the micro stock exchange, which is coming, Livingston, because I think that will be a big solution to this segment. And to David's point, I hope that as you design it, the nuances of industries will be apparent in how you implement. So thank you for that. And let me round off with Errol.
Okay, thank you. So just before I put in my brief on the policy shift, we do finance technology, and for climate change, we have an energy e-commerce fund at 5% for 5 years, maximum 4 million. You can use that to develop your website or probably digitalize some of your processes. For the climate change, we have the energy loan at 7.5% for 7 years, at the maximum 50 million. Now, in terms of the policy shift, I'm thinking more in line with what the experience we have as Exim Bank with our clients, and especially for those in the agribusiness, that when it comes to equipment financing, that's a challenge. Most financial institutions, the margin on those is very wide, and therefore, sometimes it's difficult for players in the agribusiness to access financing to acquire equipment. What I need to be, perhaps in terms of the Omnibus Act, is more nosedive into the incentive that is there offering for the duty concession and some of these equipment. As you know, these duty concession, if it is that you liquidate or say, for instance, you default on a loan within the 3-year span or whatever the span is, the financial institution will have to take up the duty, the full duty. And therefore that has been impacting the loan processing or the access to the loan because of the margin and the equipment. So maybe perhaps we could look at that to see how the government can work with the financial institutions in looking at the duty concession, or it can be treated and roll into the loan so it doesn't widen the margin and invariably give the borrower more burden. input or equity to access this loan.
All right, that's a very good point. I never even realized that would have happened. So I want to thank the panelists today, and I want to give them a round of applause for the inputs that we've had. I always judge a panel by whether or not we get the red sign that time's up. It means that somebody was so enthralled with the discussion they didn't remember to tell me to stop. So I'm going to take that as a plus. And we've spoken about partnerships that are important for financing today, and we heard about what government is doing and how government is joining together to deliver programs. We've heard about our donor agencies, what we can learn from them and how they're putting their money where their mouth is, how we're using AFIs to reach into communities that might not otherwise be served, and how we are accessing land, whether it's government land that is necessary all over the place, and we're going to put those to productive use. And of course, inclusion of NGOs and foundations that are across Jamaica whose mandate might be aligned. So the partnerships are strong, ladies and gentlemen, and I think where it starts now is information. And I always do this to encourage persons to follow these agencies on social media. There is so much happening, and it all begins with having access to the information that is happening. So I'm going to follow on Vivian's lead to ask you to visit the exhibitions, talk to the agencies once it's open later this afternoon, and follow them on social media so that down the road when something happens, you're able to quickly capitalize on the things that are happening. I want to thank the audience for your attention, and I'm handing back over, I believe, to the lovely Debbie Bassoon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we can do better than that after a very comprehensive and insightful panel discussion. We say thank you again to our panelists and, of course, to our moderator, Mrs. Shalette Cox. What did I say? Do not judge her by her height. She packs a punch. She did exceptionally well in managing that panel discussion. And to you, our audience, thank you so much for holding nothing back, for asking the questions that needed to be asked. And as Shalette said, everyone here who's still standing on the platform, they'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. So if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask them as well. This brings us to lunchtime. Don't all celebrate at once, but I know you are celebrating inside. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lunch on Block A. It is the other building upon exiting this hall. It is the building to the left, and you have all of 1 hour to enjoy some of the best options on the menu. Just so you also know that there is a conference map on the outside of this building, and so if you need additional information as to different locations, it's all on the map. And so we will see you after the hour is finished at 2 p.m. for our next panel discussion on agribusiness investment diversification opportunities from farm production to shelves. And that one is going to be moderated by Mr. Vivian Scully. So with that said, as we say in Jamaica, full your belly, bon appetit. Please enjoy. We'll see you at 2 p.m. And also, the exhibition hall is officially open. Please explore all the exhibitors. They are there and they are ready to introduce you to new products, new ideas, new services. There is the Agri Depot. There is the Coconut Industry Board, the DBJ. There is the Exim Bank. We have a number of agencies. Guardian Group, Jamaica Hardware and Lumber Limited. There is Isratech, the Jamaica 4-H Clubs. There is JACRA. There's the Jamaica Bauxite Corporation and Partners. Please go on inside the exhibition hall and take a lot of pictures, have the conversations, and connect so you can take action. We'll see you again at 2 p.m. Thank you. Audio check. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for rejoining us as we prepare for the second half of the day. I hope lunch was good and the room is quiet. Jamaican people usually are very excited about food when it tastes good, right? So, or maybe it's just that we're so content, right? Okay. Do I have a Mr. DJ inside here? Or do we have some music inside here? Can you find me something that will get everybody on their feet, please? For 1 second, just humor me for a sec, please. I heard you playing, maybe it was a Nesbeth earlier on, or was it a Chronic song? Because Jamaicans have a terminology for what happens after you've had a lot of food and you've gotten comfortable again. Anybody know what it's called? Ethnic fatigue? That's a fancy way you say that when you wear a suit and tie, right? And good clothes. But on a regular day, we call it itis. Exactly. That's the one that we're going to use, the politically correct one. quite like picking up a product and looking at it and seeing made in Jamaica, product of Jamaica, especially when you're not on Jamaican soil, right? Exactly. So at this time, we're going to be inviting to the stage our moderator, or CEO for Agro-Investment Corporation, Mr. Vivian Scully, to come forward. And he's going to be, please, the man who has been working all day. And he's going to be inviting his panelists to join him on this podium. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so I gather we've had a great lunch. It's been a Jamaican lunch that was served up, very delicious. I even had to make sure I had the Scotch bonnets that were on the buffet. We're going to invite up Dr. Gavin Bellamy, CEO for the National Fisheries Authority. We're also inviting up Mr. Nick Bernal, President of Seasons Farm Fresh Imports in Florida. We're also inviting Mrs. Donna Howe, the Managing Director of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited. Mr. Michael Allen, Consultant, Plentiful Farms, and our Colonel Jamie Ogilvie, Vice President, Hypro Farm Supplies. Thank you for that round of applause for the panel. So the title of this discussion, have a seat, is around agribusiness diversification. How do we move products from farm production to shelves? And we've assembled a panel here, very diverse, that cuts across many different sectors to explore that topic further. What we aim to do is to convert this talk into bankable projects across fruit, aquaculture, leafy greens, and poultry. What are we doing? We're building the chain end-to-end for production, post-harvest, processing, distribution, retail, and export. All right? So in order to kick it off, I'm going to ask each of our panelists today just to introduce themselves and give us a 3-minute introduction of what they do, what looks like, what have you been most successful in terms of your operations for the audience.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Bernal, president and founder of Seasons Farm Fresh. We're based out of Miami, Florida. We specialize in tropical produce from around 19 countries, everywhere from Africa to Asia, the Caribbean, LATAM, and we've been working in Jamaica the last 15 years. One of my proudest accomplishments was the first shipment in 2019 of Jamaican mangoes to the US market. It took a lot of years of dedication, a lot of trips to Washington, dealing with all sorts of organizations, but what we love to do is open up market access for these new crops. Even though Jamaican mangoes isn't a new crop, there's nothing like seeing old women in Brooklyn who haven't been to Jamaica in 25 years eating an East Indian mango and they start crying. You know, I say I don't really sell fruit. I mean, we do. That's how I pay my bills and send my children to school. We sell fruits like soursop, mangoes, breadfruit, yams, June plum, all these different exotic fruits, but what we're really selling is stories. It touches my heart, and the Jamaican people have welcomed me over the last 15 years. I grew up, my parents are immigrants from Colombia. I grew up in Miami. I grew up with Jamaicans. I grew up eating patties. So I knew the culture, I knew the music, but when I really started to work in Jamaica and go to people's house and having their grandmother prepare me bully beef and rice, you know, these traditional dishes, you really got in touch with the culture and you see how the diaspora really responds to the products. So we've been pushing, you know, the mangoes has been a big project of ours. We push a lot of yams. We're working on different tree crops, working with different institutions, organizations, public and private sector in Jamaica to see how we can bring these products out, not just to the diaspora, but also to the American market. Because there's a huge demand for Jamaican products. You guys are fortunate in the fact that you have a brand. I go to China, I go to Japan, and people don't speak English. You show them the Jamaican flag, at least they know who Bob Marley is. There's not very many countries that you can say that you just show them a flag and they know what it is. So very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Scully.
All right, thank you, Nick. So by the end of this lineup, you'll see the connection to all the bankable projects that we have in the deal book. Over to you, Dr.
Good afternoon. I'm Gavin Bellamy, the CEO of the National Fisheries Authority. Our mandate at the NFA is to develop and regulate a sustainable fisheries sector. So you say, what's some of our bankable products? One, the one with the easiest way to get quick returns is our tilapia industry. We are encouraging that. We also do giant prawn, shrimp, that you can do polyculture with the tilapia. We encourage sea moss, Irish moss farming, that's mariculture, Irish moss farming, and pelagic fishing. This is the deep water fish, which we have not been exploiting a lot in Jamaica, and there is a serious demand for it, especially in the hotel trade. So that's another opportunity. We have so many opportunities, I don't want to hog the stage. So
all right, we're just warming up the audience.
Thank you. My name's Donna Marie Howe, Managing Director of Jamaica Bauxite Mining, and I'll say JBM, 100% owned government entity, and we are rich in assets and resources. So starting with our very fertile land that we own is rich in bauxite and limestone. And then other assets that we have are ports that we manage. So what we've done very well is we create business opportunities internationally through the bauxite, and then now that that's a matured market for JBM, we are now expanding that base into using all of our other resources, our resources in land, and the afterlife of land after it's been mined is into agriculture, that arable land, and creating opportunities in development of that land, and I'll speak more about that. So over 50 years in bauxite, very mature, very established, know how to have interaction in the global market with international clients. We're poised right now being in the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. So that's that alignment.
Great.
My name is Michael Allen. Living in Canada right now and switching back to come home to Jamaica. I've been in the agri-business now 26 years. First Jamaican and probably the only Jamaican in Canada to own large commercial greenhouses, high-tech greenhouses, and used to bring workers up in the temporary foreign workers program. My whole idea, and in the SWAP program as well, for the seasonal agricultural program, was to train as much people as I can in Canada so that they could return back to Jamaica when I return, and thus understand some of the technical aspect of it. I have a project I've been working on for the last 4 years. The last 2 years been a little bit slower on Land We Love organic greenhouses out in St. Elizabeth. And right now I do active consultation for various companies, and right now Plentiful Harvest in St. Anne is where I'm actually doing some things. So my greatest achievement, I guess, is the fact that I represented Jamaica as the only black person in Canada to own a commercial greenhouse and happen to be Jamaican, so I actually enjoy that part of it.
Awesome. Jamie.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamie Ogilvie. I'm from Jamaica Broilers Group, and in particular the Hypro division. And 2020 taught us, when COVID hit, that food security is redundant. And we moved past food security to food independence, because we recognized that we had to produce more of what we consume here. And of the 7 million people that we have to feed each year, the 3 million who are resident here, and the 4 million visitors, we at Hypro, as the largest and most diverse input supplier in agriculture, across all sectors of agriculture, recognize that there are many opportunities, many gaps that need to be filled here. And so we definitely want to be a part of facilitating and enabling increased production so that we can be more reliant and independent as far as food is concerned. And so we're really excited about a conference like this. And I think there are great opportunities for us and for investors looking on to invest in Jamaica at scale. And we're here to help facilitate and make it happen.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you. So, as we go deeper into the conversation, the purpose of this discussion is to create insights that the audience can use to create bankable projects for themselves going forward. So I'm going to touch on a couple themes at this moment. In terms of markets and offtake, and I'm going to direct this one to Nick. For Florida mango buyers, and as you know, Agro-Invest has a 1,000-acre mango park in Clarendon, where there are several investors on it. What can you share with us in terms of which varieties, window, and packaging gets us shelf space in these stores and get pretty fast? What works for you?
Well, we're based out of Florida, but we also distribute throughout the entire U.S. So it's not just in Florida that we distribute the mangoes, but predominantly Jamaicans want Jamaican mangoes. I'm not going to tell Jamaicans to go plant Tommy Atkins or Keet or Kent. You guys know what you want to eat. East Indian, Julie, Bombay. We don't ship the Blackies, we don't ship the number 11s, there's no shelf life there, but East Indian is the predominantly desired mango. For some reason, more Julie was planted than East Indian. I have no idea why, even though all Jamaicans want East Indian. But those are the two mangoes that we primarily ship. We pack them in 10-pound boxes, and we distribute in supermarkets between Miami and Boston, everywhere in between. We've had requests as far as Idaho, California, Seattle. I mean, the diaspora of Jamaicans, there hasn't been a state that I've been to where I haven't found a Jamaican restaurant. I went to a Jamaican restaurant in Iowa. It was negative 20 degrees, and they were making patties from scratch. And when I told them about the mangoes, they gave me their address, and I shipped them a couple boxes. So you have almost an unlimited market, and these opportunities to invest in the agri-parks are few and far between, where you have access to affordable land, because orchard crops are difficult. You know, you're talking 3, 4, 5 years before you see any return on investment. But once it gets going, you have a very active market, not just in the US. You have an active market here in Jamaica, you have England, you have Canada. So mangoes is huge. And I'm encouraging Jamaicans to plant as many mangoes as possible.
All right, great. So there you have it on the mangoes. So Michael, if we were to ask you about the leafy greens that you're growing successfully at Plentiful Farms in St. Anne, in terms of hotel and retail requirements, what can you share with us on shelf life and case specs into entering into the hotel distribution chain?
The difficulty when you're dealing with something like leafy greens in Jamaica is the high humidity, high heat, while those are what you call a cold crop, not C-O-L-D, but C-O-L-E crop. And so there's been some challenges that they've had over the years, and that's one of the reasons why they asked me to come down, and I just jumped at the opportunity to come back home again. But the industry right now is begging for leafy greens because it is the difficulty of actually growing it down here. And then you have the issue of storage, all right? So you have the cold storage issue, which is very, very difficult. And that's a plant that immediately after harvest has to go into cold storage. So the reason why they had even chosen this location was because it was up north and they would get the north coast, so they, clientels like the Rio and all that. The demand is incredible, and the price point is incredible. So it is a good industry to be in, to get involved in because of just the demand aspect of it. But you need to know what you're doing when you go inside of it. People just think growing lettuce is just growing lettuce, but it's a lot more than that. You have humidity factor you got to deal with, your temperature factor you got to deal with. You also got to deal with your pest pressure. There's so many other things, even just your nutrient level and your micronutrient level. So it is not something you just do without some scientific behind it and read and research behind it.
All right, awesome. So there's almost a ready market there in terms of leafy greens within the hotels. The imports of leafy greens face a 250% stamp duty, and so that gives us an opportunity to grow the products because the hotels would much prefer to buy them locally.
Yeah, they would rather buy locally, and we have not been able to keep up with their demands right now. As a matter of fact, we've actually had to lay back on certain hotels not to deliver out to them. But just the Rio alone in itself is, I mean, incredible amount that they offer.
Great. So great opportunity there for greenhouse growing of vegetables. All right, so we move over now to Dr. Bellamy. And for tilapia, in terms of ponds, where should Jamaica scale first and why?
Scale first?
Yes. Not scale in terms of the fish, no pun intended.
No pun intended.
See what you did there.
We know we have a limited number of ponds in Jamaica, and we have an idea the demand is pretty large.
The demand is large, and first of all, let me plug the Agro-Invest and NFA initiative that should come on in the very near future. 300 acres of land should be developed to have an agro-park where you will have shared resources, where the ponds will be available, there will be cold storage, there should be processing, so you can look there. But until then, the predominant areas for aquaculture, earthen pond aquaculture, would be St. Catherine, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, St. Mary, and Portland. Those are the parishes that it's easy to get in there. The soil type is perfect for earthen ponds, and the availability of water, good Jamaican water, is there. Jamaica is blessed with all of the inputs to have earthen ponds and to be profitable. And one of the greatest opportunities is that more than 85% of the fisheries products that we consume in Jamaica are imported. There is a demand. There is no question the demand is there. There's no fish farmer now that has to do anything called marketing or trying to find someone to buy their products. The purchasers come to the farms and take everything they have. So that's an opportunity that you can't argue with.
All right, so there we have it. Big market opportunity, and there's a project in pipeline where investors can lease the ponds in this project, and it's going to be supported by oversight from the National Fisheries Authority. All right, so moving on now to JBM. And under the theme of inputs, finance, inputs, and facilities, the JBM Agro-Park. How are you at this time seeking to get investors interested in the Agro-Park, and what timelines are we looking at?
Okay, good question. And I'd just like to piggyback before I answer that on Michael and also you about the demand. An agro-park, and where JBM comes in, we facilitate that kind of solution for your problem that you're having. An agro-park is to build the infrastructure for sustainability. So when you're building have your vertical farms there, you've got all the infrastructure around it to support it. You've got the warehouse in there. You've got the connections. So the agro-park, on the land, we have the business case model. And in that business case, it shows you've got the input from the farmers. It shows you that you will have the infrastructure to support the farmers for the sustainability of cold storage, vertical farming to increase and scale up the production. And then around, we also have the connecting, the suppliers, the off-takers. Investors want to know how you're going to, where you're going to sell. So when we show that you've got that whole framework there in one place, the logistics, it makes the business model that much more viable. So being a government entity, we have the land here, we partner with those persons who can make it, who can enable that, the business sector. So each does their own in the best way. So when we approach investors, we come with the whole package. We show them that we have the investment, the thing to invest in, the land. We have the input, the first input, the farmers. We've got the whole gamut of the business model. We'll have the value chain, the warehouses in the same facility, how it be powered efficiently using solar power, very attractive. And then you have the logistics connection there in St. Anne with all of the off-taker, the suppliers, the ecosystem of the tourism sector. So when you put all of that together, it's very attractive for the investor. So it's very attractive to the farmer, the small farmer. We do it clustered. It's not going in alone. He's being a part of a business model, and that's what we come with our partnership with you, Agro-Invest. We use our skill sets together, and we work for the farmer. We work for the warehouse and the tenants that are coming in. We're the ones that connect the dots for that investor, investors, plural.
All right, great. The JBM Agro-Park is located in St. Anne, and it's right along the North Corridor. So we're looking forward to that in terms of building out more greenhouse operations, more cash crops to support the hotels as well. Jamie, Hypro supports farmers not only on our agro-parks, but throughout your entire group's poultry chain. What can you share with us about, and that would be valuable to an investor who is looking at entering into either the poultry business or the agricultural production business in terms of support from Hypro?
Sure. Well, first of all, let me just tip my hat to you, Vivian, and the team for putting this deal book together. It's a fantastic production and investor ready. I'd encourage everybody, whether to get a physical copy or the digital copy available online. Fantastic. So kudos to you and your team. Hypro, as perhaps the largest and most diverse input supplier in Jamaica in terms of both physical and technical resources, backed by a global network of business partners. We want investors to know that there are resources here that you can tap into right here in country to make sure that your enterprise is successful. Outside of the very diverse range of input supplies that we provide across the industry, we have technical support through experts on the ground that interface and visit you, provide you with all the technical advice you need, backed by our international network of partners who we bring in as required because they understand the value of that technical support to the success of businesses established here. And it doesn't matter the size of your investment. We can work at the smallest level and we can scale up to the highest level. We like to encourage persons to scale up because we see the opportunities. We hear the cries for more and more and more production. So whether you're a primary producer, a purveyor, a processor, an exporter, or you're not one of the supporting industries, transportation, packaging, we have those networks and we connect people. We are a big supporter of associations because that's where a lot of the strength of the industry is, and it's easier to ensure that there is coordination. And that's what we try to do, to be that facilitator, that enabler, beyond just providing the inputs. Because, as I said, we are very interested in seeing Jamaica as a country grow, and we see that there's an opportunity for us in agriculture, which, as we know, whenever the agricultural sector grows, the country's GDP grows. Every time it grows, it's undeniable. And so that's what we want to see and facilitate and be a part of.
All right, awesome. So interested investors, if you want to get more information about Hypro, you can go to their website to get a full profile of entering into poultry production. And it's also in our deal book. And rest assured, you can get all your supplies through Hypro. Nick, in terms of mango imports, what are some of the buyer must-haves in order to accept a shipment from Jamaica?
Great question. Number one, you have to have quality. Jamaican mangoes, to give you an example, in a typical week, even backing further up, the last 10 years, the two fastest growing fruit crops for imports in the US have been mangoes and avocados. And they're growing somewhere in the range of 8 to 12% per annum. We're talking about a country with 350 million people, so you can imagine that's a lot of fruit. Mexico is the #1 exporter of mangoes to the US. In the Mexican season, in any given week, 3 to 5 million cases of 4 kilos, 8.8 pounds cross the border. 3 to 5 million cases every week, just from Mexico. That's not counting Dominican Republic, that's not counting Guatemala, that's not counting Jamaica, that's not counting Haiti, that's not counting anywhere else. So this is one country, that's what the US market eats. So in the scheme of things, the Jamaican mango problem is very, 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 very small. But there's a huge potential to grow because what we have in the United States is something called the National Mango Board. And many people here in Jamaica are not aware of what that is. So it was founded in the mid-90s during the Clinton administration, but basically we're levied a tax on every box of mangoes that comes to the US, and that is used by the National Mango Board to promote the consumption of mangoes. And they focus on new countries coming up. So now that Jamaica is back on the market, there's efforts being made by the Mango Board to push these Jamaican mangoes out. However, we just haven't had the sufficient volume to really get out there. So the buyers are really looking for, number one, to go back to your original question, quality. By the time these mangoes reach the markets in Brooklyn or South Florida or Chicago, wherever they go, they're quite a high price. So people don't want to buy a mango for 2, 3, 4, 5 US and the mango doesn't taste good. So you need quality. And that's something that we're working on. RADA, the ministry, different private enterprises are working with the farmers to get the quality up. You know, that includes pruning the trees, making sure there's no rotten mangoes on the floor, fertilizing, doing the right things so that the fruit flowers at the right time. The second thing is consistency. That's what the buyers are really looking for. And that's been, in my experience over the last 15 years, the most difficult thing in all of Jamaican agriculture. You have great quality products that people, that Diaspora especially, is willing to pay the price. They're willing to pay for Gnips 3 times what they get from Dom Rep. But you have it one week, you don't have it the next week. And that's really the hardest thing we've had to grow the Jamaican mangoes with the supermarket business, because they can't be putting them on the shelves and taking them off the shelves. Yams has really been the only success story out of Jamaica where they've been able to plan and continually have shipments, so the Jamaican yams are always there 52 weeks a year. And finally, what we're really pushing is food safety. The supermarkets now are all paranoid about foodborne disease outbreaks. If you read in the news in the States, especially with things like leafy greens, Salmonella, E. coli, all these bacteria, you know, people are dying every year. So what the supermarkets are requiring now is that the farms have some basic level of food safety, GAP, good agricultural practices, third-party audits like Global GAP. So those are things that Jamaica is getting more familiar with, especially in the orchard crops, and that's things that we're pushing because that's what the market is demanding.
All right, awesome, awesome. If I skip over to Dr. Bellamy now, we know there's significant demand for tilapia, but in terms of production of tilapia, what production model and feed plan would get us consistent harvest and an improved quality of product to hit the shelves?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, the production model, the easiest one to start are the earthen pond models, where simple on-farm feeding at the side of the ponds, you can either mechanize or hand feed. 4-acre pod, 4 acres farm, the smallest workable acreage. You can make a profit of about $6 million Jamaican dollars per year with that. And one of the good things, a colleague here spoke about food safety standards. Jamaica has very high food safety standards when it comes to aquatic products. That is why Jamaica has the ability to export into the most difficult markets with aquatic products. Our baseline demand from our farmers is so high. We have access to the EU, North America, Canada, Asia. We can send our products everywhere because of the controls that we have in place. So the main thing that I will tell anyone who wants to come into the business, to reassure them, is that the National Fisheries Authority has the technical staff that will start with you from day one. If you identify lands, we'll tell you, is it suitable to build ponds? If it's suitable, we'll come, work with your business model. We'll tell you how to start the ponds. We'll hold your hand from the first day you put the fry into the pond until the day of harvest, to ensure that the quality that you get out is acceptable to the market.
All right, awesome, awesome. JBM, Donna, I know you've been shopping the project over the last few months. If we wanted to anchor one of those facilities in the next 12 months, which component of the project has been piquing investors' interest the most?
So we've organized, you call them projects, I call them opportunities and investments. So, as I said, we're very blessed. So we have a suite of investments. So starting with the land, so we have structured land leases available. So persons that want to do a variety of agriculture, whether it's crops, whether it's harvesting, whether it's livestock, or the agro-park. So if you're interested in doing any part of the agriculture chain, you can register on our website and download the form for land. If you're interested in being a tenant in one of the warehouses, again, our first phase of the industrial park is fully occupied 100%, 83,000 square feet, that's gone. The second phase now is under concept design, which is 300,000 square feet of warehouse space that we will be connecting to the agro-park. So that will come on stream in about 12 months, but as I said, we're very systematic and strategic, so we want to connect the dots. So we want persons' expressions of interest from now. That's what we're here for, promoting the commercial park. So those who want to have warehouse spaces, come and register. And then the two other components now, the end uses, is around the solar farm. And that is something that will be coming on stream because we want it to be efficient. So we're just doing the feasibility studies on that to build a solar farm. So it will be using renewable energy to power the 300,000 square feet there. So that will be a microgrid. So that RFP will be coming out shortly. So persons twofold then, persons interested in leasing land, register, come on JBM's website. We're here, we've got our booth, we're on the social media platforms, and the warehouses as well that become available for the agro-processing. You can check us out there as well.
All right, thank you. Michael, given the stringent SOPs that you face in that greenhouse operation and getting quality products out, where do you think beginners are likely to fail first, and what watchouts would you share at this time?
The type of greenhouse, I think what has happened is, and I was working with Dr. Deslandes in Case, they had some greenhouses out there, and I was at Monique College for around 5 months, helping out with some things there. So some of the things that I see is when we put up a greenhouse, and this is what is important, when you put up a greenhouse, they think you're just going to put up just put up a structure with plastic on it. There is not the consideration of where the greenhouse is actually pointed, and you cannot point a greenhouse more than 12 degrees north and south. Just to let you, and you want to do not put the greenhouse east and west, okay? All right? It's because of how your wind flow comes in it, and you'll tear up your greenhouse, and you'll also have the wrong type of shading when it goes over it. So there's just the basic infrastructure in itself is where I've seen a lot of mistakes, and people end up losing their greenhouses. It gets blown over or whatever it may be. Also, the issue of choosing the right type of greenhouses, if you're dealing with a greenhouse, is greenhouses that Down here is a little more difficult than if I'm in Canada because we have full access to the top greenhouses. And please forgive me if I keep doing the comparison, but I have to in order to bring you the best that's available out there, is to choose the right type of greenhouse that that is not just a lot of them use like the mesh greenhouses, but you got to balance that between the mesh, which is a screen, and your poly, and as well as your shading, because the heat that you have here is too intense for the low greenhouses. Our greenhouses are like 32 feet to peak, okay? And we're 26 to gutter. And the best greenhouse I've seen here is 12 to gutter, right? So, you know, it's a completely different, so your heat you need to keep your heat away from where the level of your plant is. So I think a lot of where the difficulty is for people starting off is a lack of information and the lack of knowledge, and that is readily available. You just got to go online, and I'll tell you some top schools to look up. Michigan State University, Cornell University out of New York, Michigan State obviously out of Michigan, University of Nebraska, and Oregon State University, and University of Cal Berkeley. Those, I'm encouraging people anytime they're going to get into this industry is to read. Literally go, especially like with the young, go and research the things that you need to do, because Jamaica has a multiple microclimates. What I grow inside of St. Anne is completely different from St. Elizabeth, completely different. It's all different microclimates, right? And so your humidity structure, your heat structure, everything is completely. So that's the biggest problem that I see, where everybody just puts up thing and they fail because they're in St. Elizabeth. They're going to put something up in St. Anne and they're going to grow a certain thing, and they don't understand what that, you know, that humidity factor is and all these things, and that's where they tend to fail. There's no dumb questions. I tell, you know, a lot of the students that I train and things like that. Just go in there and look and research, and if you do that, you will get over the first hump, right? And then you'll be able to have a structure where you could start looking how to make everything successful. Your question is a long answer question, so that's why I was sitting there going, maybe I should just deal with just a part of what causes the failure. I had to deal with a greenhouse in Mandeville. Beautiful location for it because it's elevated, and the lettuce, you want to keep it under 18, 20, 23, 24 degrees. So if you're in an area where your temperature is hitting 30 degrees, 35 degrees, don't even think about it, all right? You know, it's not a heat crop, all right? So, but the idea is that gentleman had their greenhouses situated, you know, east and west, and 3 out of the 4 greenhouses was structured that way and tore up the greenhouses. So take some time to research where you are, find out your relative humidity, find out what your temperature is, and find out expressively what your night temperature is going to be, and also how you're going to situate the type of greenhouse you're going to have, and that will get you started. But that's where I see most of the failures in Jamaica, is just that lack of knowledge. But it's available, is what I'm trying to say.
All right, there you have it. Temperature and humidity is very important to the success of greenhouse operations. Jamie, as we close out, I'm going to ask you a question which I know you're familiar with. We know that the contract growers for the broiler program has to be situated within a certain radius of your production facilities. I'd love you to share that with the audience and just give us, you know, some key highlights of the contract grower program.
So, first of all, things are changing. Infrastructure, roads, and it's really a function of time to plant. So typically, traditionally, contract growers were restricted to St. Catherine and Clarendon. Now we're gone as far as Manchester because of the highway. Birds can get to plant a lot quicker. And there's a link on our website that provides all of the steps that you need to go through. But big chicken is that what we call our contract growers. They provide up to 65, 70% of all chicken meat produced. But there are another 100,000 small chicken farmers that produce at varying levels that provide the other 30% of chicken meat produced in Jamaica, which is a big number. So it doesn't matter if you want to be a contract grower or operate at a smaller level where you can supply your communities, your community organizations, schools, restaurants. There are opportunities for everyone. And as the boundaries of contract growers expand, there are going to be more opportunities for investors to get involved here. And when you start talking about Manchester and the high elevations, in the same way that lettuce requires cooler temperatures, chickens thrive better in cooler temperatures. Market, the contract growers have climate-controlled facilities and chicken houses, but it still helps, especially when you're talking about transportation. So at scale or at the smaller level of production, there are great opportunities. I just want to platform of what something Michael said. Part of that research has to include identifying your market. It's not just about how you set up the productive facility. It's making sure you identify the market. And yes, market-rich opportunities abound, but you have to identify your market and know who you're going to supply. Otherwise, you can be left with product on your hand that you may not be able to move at the time that you want to move it.
All right, thanks for sharing that. And that's one of the reasons why persons on the Agro-park, we ask them that same question to identify initially where you think you're going to sell your product, just to have an idea, to ensure that they do some research in marketing as well. All right, so we have only a few minutes left. I haven't seen the red light yet, so I'm going to open up just to 3 questions from the audience. We have a very diversified panel here, so it's a great opportunity to get some questions answered. And I see 2 persons at the moment, so we'll take Mr. Farming. Just introduce yourself, who you represent, and then
my name is Omar Lewis. And
short question.
The owner of Tanner's Farming and Agriculture. I got 2 questions, Nick and Michael. Nick, first of all, I was listening with the mangoes. I don't have farm mangoes, but Jamaica, for me, I know it's a seasonal country, not by weather. No spring, summer, fall. Seasonal within our food or fruits. When it's the mango season, how strong of a market in the exporting for Jamaica is it? The East Indian, the Julie, is almost all around fruit that bear straight through here. So why should we have a problem gathering East Indian enough Julie to be on shelves for export? Michael, greenhouse. The lettuce, I hear you mention St. Elizabeth. I don't know if a lot of farmers or anybody here from St. Elizabeth, but I hear every other parish be mentioning very strongly. St. Elizabeth is a backbone for Jamaica with every type of food product. You name the ground provision, it is there. You name the fruit, the seasoning, it is there. The lettuce for the greenhouse. I'm in the south, and I see lettuce, the farmers growing their lettuce. I do not grow lettuce, but I see the farmers growing it without the greenhouse. Beautiful lettuce on the ground, crunchy, goes to the market, but it goes mostly to our local market and local people coming to buy it. We do not have that part in St. Elizabeth to give us that stronghold to the hotels industry, rather than not doing it for us. I am a I'm a returned resident from Canada, still living in Canada, but I love farming. I come home because of farming. I've been doing it from 2021, and I'm still trying to get there. So I'm here in order to get a way to get involved internationally, locally, and of course, building the community that I'm in, where there's no supply of strong bone for them. So those 2 questions, Nick, Michael.
All right, thanks.
I guess I can start since you addressed me first. Thank you for the question. During the mango season, unlimited market potential for mango, whether it's Coronation Market, whether it's Montego Bay, Miami, New York, Canada, the UK, there's just not enough mangoes to go around. The problem I'm speaking specifically to the U.S. mango program, is that in order for you to be able to export mangoes, you have to have your farm certified at least 6 months before the program, and there has to be a fruit fly trapping program in place. So if you are interested, if you do have a farm, whether it's, we buy from people who have as few as 50, 100 trees, and we buy from farms that are 30, 40, 50 acres. So everybody can participate. You just have to register with the Ministry of Agriculture, which I encourage everybody to do now, and start that fruit fly trapping process. So by the next season, which our season typically begins in a normal year, end of April, beginning of May, the export season for the U.S., you could be registered, and then you can contact one of the packing houses to purchase the mangoes and sell those for exports. I am aware that there are mangoes throughout the year in Jamaica. I mean, there's mangoes almost 365 days a year. However, currently, the amount of mangoes we can export to the U.S. market in particular is determined by the fruit fly population. So we typically start exporting mangoes end of April, beginning of May, and we'll go all the way until about July. And by the time the rainy season really starts, by the time there's mangoes dropping on the floor, typically those fruit fly traps are detecting a lot of fruit flies in the farms, and that's when they call the program. So I would like to continue exporting mangoes, but there are protocols that the Ministry of Agriculture has signed with USDA that we have to abide to. But this year we're actually looking to see if November, December, January, that second flowering crop, if we can try, if there's not enough fruit flies around, try and do some exports then to keep the mangoes on the shelves longer.
All right.
I agree with you in regards to St. Elizabeth. We did a feasibility study 4 years ago. We traveled just about every parish that we could think of that had decent flat land that we wanted to work with. And I would set out monitors to test the humidity, all these various things. Looked at all around. I ended up, securing 1,200 acres in St. Elizabeth for the project that I want to do. So I agree with you on that. Temperature-wise and everything else like that is perfectly ideal. There's a reason why there's 80% of the food production is, I think, come out of St. Elizabeth, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the challenges that we have in Jamaica here is that we are in a hurricane zone, okay? And in 1 year, you could have everything completely destroyed. Your entire livelihood could be gone in that. And I see what the farmers here are living, like they're living seasonally, all right? The reason why I encourage a lot of the issue in regards to the greenhouse project that we're doing here is in St. Elizabeth is what you call a Cravel system, and it's actually Canadian built. Most of that greenhouse is called a retractable roof. So the entire roof of the greenhouse actually opens up and closes, all right? So you're literally having an outdoor and indoor at the same time. It also has retractable sidewalls, so it goes up. So if there's a hurricane that passes through, once it goes past a Category 2, because based on the speed, the greenhouse will open up side and the walls will open up so the wind goes through. They have not lost the greenhouse in 45 years, okay? But the cost is the issue that is gonna have a problem with that. Now, for you growing lettuce outside, great. It can be, but you're seasonal. On your very, very hot times, I'm in Braze River where our property is out. Certain times of the year, that temperature level for the lettuce is going to be a problem. If you really look at it, and those people that are growing the lettuce so great, which they are when it comes out and it looks beautiful during certain times of the year, they would have been able to, if it was so great all year, they would have been able to supply, and you wouldn't pay in the ridiculous prices that you're paying for romaine lettuce here, because there's a shortage of it, because they could only supply. And it goes back again where the problem that I see a lot of time in Jamaica is consistency. I'm vegetarian. I don't eat meat. I don't eat fish. I don't eat any type of animals. My bills are higher than everybody else when I go out to eat. And I'm going, why am I paying so much for a country that should be able to grow, lettuce and green stuff everywhere, right? And it's just the fact that you have this inconsistency, right? And what I try to do and what I'm trying to do, and I open this up a lot to people free. I do a lot of, I do certain consulting if you're hiring me to do certain things, but I teach a lot of things just to give, people a chance. That's the reason I want to come back to Jamaica. That's the reason why I want to come home. all right? Because I see too many things down here that we've already figured out and sought out in Canada, and through just the educational part of it, that some of those simple things, if taught down here, that the regular farmer, that we have 250,000 of them registered, this country should never be importing $1.6 billion worth of food, all right? So, you know, I'm open to always training and talk, so I could always talk to you about where you want to go with certain things. And hey, at the end of the day, man, you win, all right? I don't need to win if you win. You know, if you win, I win, all right? I don't have to get, you know, it's not all about the money portion of it. Is, hey, people, I'm going to tell you right now, I love this country. And I don't want to explain it to you, but I just, there's so much potential down here. It drives me crazy that I wish all of you could go live in Canada maybe for a year and then come back, and you'll see how beautiful this place is, that you could do so much. Man, that's just
well said, sir, well said.
All right, thanks for that testimonial, Michael. Chris, over to you.
Yes, I'm Christopher Denny. I'm with JAMPRO. I wanted to hear from Nick whether he's impacted at all by predial larceny, and if so, how do you deal with it?
I think if you go back to Genesis, when Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, there was predial larceny. I saw somebody painted a picture of before Eve grabbed the apple, there was another thief behind her grabbing the other apple. It's a huge rampant problem, not just here in Jamaica, but across the whole region, especially when you have commodities that East Indian mangoes can hit farm gate price $2,000 a dozen. So at those kind of prices, you know, 10, 20, 30 dozen, that's a lot of red stripes you can buy. A lot of Ray and Nephew. So really, it's very difficult to control. Every step that you take, whether you're putting in fences, whether you have dogs, whether you have, I mean, some of the farms have armed security on some level, walking around at night. Every step you take, it seems like the thieves are 1 or 2 steps ahead. So it's something that you have to live with. Part of our business modeling, and we teach the farmers, you have to assume at least 10% of your crop is going to go out another door where you're not going to receive any profits from it. Reporting to the police. I mean, there's a lot of things that farmers can do to cut down on predial larceny, but the easiest thing is to secure your land.
Yeah. All right, I'm just going to make a comment too that, you know, larceny is not something that's specific to Jamaica. I visited a warehouse in New York City, one of the largest in the tri-state area that supplies all the fruits and fresh vegetables. And they have to be putting in mechanisms inside the warehouse to reduce, what's it called? Seepage loss as well. Cameras all over the place. So in any business that you enter, you're going to have, you know, challenges. So you just have to put in measures to reduce your losses.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Foster, and my father owns Jamrock Productions, and we specialize in bananas and plantains, and I'm also a second-year student at Case. So I have a quick question for you, Nick. Is there any possibility that you're interested in exporting bananas to the U.S.? I know that usually it's mainly big brands like Chiquita and Costa Rica, but I didn't hear anything about bananas.
We could use more bananas in the U.S. like I could use another hole in the head, or like another wife. You know, I had a farmer ask me yesterday, I mean, I'm here because Scully brought me here because I'm honest. You know, I'm not going to tell you any lies, or I'll cut them down, you know, white lies. You have a good local market for bananas here in Jamaica. I mean, the days of shipping bananas to the UK, you know, with globalization, Jamaica just can't compete on the level of South America, Africa. I mean, they're producing bananas, thousands and thousands of acres, Dole, Chiquita, Del Monte. I mean, these companies are behemoths. So the market for bananas in the U.S. is really controlled by 3 or 4 mega multinational corporations, billions of dollars. They own their own ports, they own their own boats, they own their ports in the U.S., they own their trucks, distribution centers. So it's very difficult to get into that market. But there are some commodities like bananas, plantains, things like that where you can grow and you can find your niche markets here in Jamaica and make a good living doing it. So for export, I don't think so. Maybe regionally, you know, that was something I was speaking to with people at lunch. You know, everybody that I talk to is focused on Canada, UK, Europe, US, but you have a huge market here in CARICOM. There's a lot of countries, the Bahamas, Barbados, Trinidad, very little farming there. Almost everything is imported. So I would encourage you to work with JAMPRO and to work with your trade organizations in order to look at exporting some of those products. Cayman Islands, you know, you have a lot of neighbors here where you pay 0% duties. So that might be a good market for you to look at because those countries do import everything, and I think they'd rather import something that's quote unquote more local to them as opposed to bringing things in from South America.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. So CARICOM has set a target of 25% of their food supply should be from within the region by 2030. And guess who's one of the largest producers of agricultural produce within CARICOM? Jamaica. So that target is strictly lined up for us to go after. So our bananas definitely can ship to other islands in the region. And Cayman just announced that 45% of their imports are from Jamaica. So that market is ready and available as well. All right, so I just want to say thank you to the panel and ask you to give them a round of applause. Lots of insights here, and I'm sure they are bankable, and you can connect them directly to profiles in the deal book. So look forward to those discussions and those projects coming out. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vivian.
One quick shot for the...
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again, please, for our panelists and our moderator. So much information, so much great things to consider. And we are asking you, please, that you ask additional questions of our panelists if you do have more questions to ask, and know that they'd be more than happy to answer them. Okay. So we say big thanks again to Mr. Nick Burnell, Mrs. Donna Howe, Mr. Michael Allen, Colonel Jamie Ogilvie, and also Mr. Gavin Bellamy. Thank you so much for being a part of our panel discussion on how we're moving our farm production to shelves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead because we have another round of great discussions and conversations to be had, but this time you get to choose which information session that you'd like to be a part of. So let me give you the information on those information sessions. We have session 1 that's going to be happening in room 1, which is just next door here on block D. So it's right outside these doors. I believe it is to your left when you exit the doors. This one is on land for lease, ready for business, agro-parks as investment hubs. It's going to be led by the Agro-Investment Corporation. There is Dr. Lily Mae Wadler, Director of Business Development, who's going to be doing that session along with Mr. Philip Garvin, Director of Properties and Fixed Assets, and Mrs. Jody and Tate Clark, Manager of Business Facilitation. So that is happening again just next door in room 1, land for lease, ready for business, agro-parks as investment hubs. Information session 2, and all of them are happening simultaneously. You get to choose which one you'd like to be a part of. Information session 2 says, understanding the role of associations to agro-business investments. This one is happening at room 2 on block C, which is downstairs. That's the building to your right. So when you exit this building, you go downstairs. It is a building to your right, and there are some signs that are on some easels, and it will be able to direct you. Also, the persons who are dressed in the shirts, they're there at the doors. Ladies, raise your hands, please. You'll be able, and the gentleman there as well. They'll be able to give you the instructions as to where to find the rooms if you do need it. So this one, understanding the role of associations to agribusiness investments, will be done by the Jamaica Agricultural Association. Also, we have our National Farm Queen who's going to be a part of that, Ms. Menin Ross. There is the Jamaica Network for Rural Women, and also the United Association of Farmers. That is session 2. Session 3, happening on block C, same place, down there, down the steps to your right. Room 3. This one is looking at investing in aquatic protein, high return ventures in fish farming and marine resources. It's going to be led by the National Fisheries Authority. Dr. Gavin Bellamy, who was just here, is going to be a part of that one, along with Donnie Bunting, and also Mr. Roger Lynn of Rainforest Seafoods is also going to be a part of that discussion. Block C, Room 3. Session number 4. We are looking at the financing path to agribusiness success. Still on Block C, Room 4. So the financing path to agribusiness success led by the Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union League. We're going to be having Mr. Robin Levy, Group CEO of Jamaica, the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, the Exim Bank, and also the International Development Bank, the IDB, One Caribbean Program, will be a part of that discussion on the financing path to agri-business success. So, that is the first round of information sessions. And thereafter, I do believe there is another one. Here we go. Okay, so we're actually not done. This one is the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited and Agro-Investment Corporation, breaking ground on new agro-parks. This one by Mrs. Donna Marie Howe, Managing Director. We met Donna earlier on. Ms. Monique Solomon, Senior Agro-Park Manager at the Agro-Investment Corporation. It's happening right here on this building in Room 1. Then we have Harnessing Agri-Tech Integrated Solutions to Expand Farming Productivity. That one is happening on Block C, Room 2. We have Mr. Ramirez, Technical Director of Isratech, along with Patricia Grant of Isratech, leading that session. And that's going to be happening, or should be happening, between 4 and 5 o'clock. I'm assuming that we are running late, and so this may be pushed back further. So you can check at the room, please. Also, we are going to be having Session 7, Empowering People, Elevating Productivity, Workforce Development as a Catalyst for Sustainable Agribusiness Success. That is happening at Room 3 on Block C, down the steps to your right, the building. We're going to be hearing from a member of CASE, also Mr. Peter Thompson of the Jamaica 4-H Clubs, and also Mr. Garfield Hewitt, Director of Field Services at the Jamaica 4-H Clubs as well. So with that said, lots of information there, but we have the representatives in the shirts ready to direct you to the rooms for these breakout sessions. You get to choose which one you'd like to attend. And I do believe there is some information on the boards on the outside to help to direct you and to help your choice in which room you'd like to be a part of. So, have a wonderful session. And we thank you again for being here for the panel discussion that just took place. After your information session, ladies and gentlemen, I know you may be exhausted, but we're going to invite you to this absolutely free, all-inclusive agribusiness soiree. It's happening at 7:30 in the courtyard. You don't want it right now? 7:30 p.m. later on. And our Minister of Agriculture is going to be there and present for the soiree. We're also going to be having Chef Simpson, our Walkerswood ambassador. Some live entertainment. That's going to be happening from 7:30 until 9:30 p.m. inside the courtyard. That's just beyond this building, down below on the flat, where we had our event last night. So please go ahead, choose your session, continue the engagement, continue the discussion, continue to ask the questions that you need answers on. Find the information session that best suits you. And we will reconnect later. Thank you. Just a quick announcement. Someone is trying to find Mr. Adrian Stewart, formerly of the Ministry of Agriculture. Adrian, if you can meet me right here by the stage, we'd really appreciate it, please. Adrian Stewart, meet me right here at the stage.